G'day, freedom lovers. How you going today? It's Friday night. You know what time it is? It's time to have a sip and check it out. I actually got the pomegranate juice right this time. It's not prune juice, so I won't be running off to the toilet. Sips. I made sure I got pomegranate juice. I made sure I put it in front of the prune juice. I won't be making that mistake again. I tell you what, prune juice and vodka was not a good idea. Not that it was an idea in the first place. It was more of a mistake, and surely it tasted like one. But anyway, today we've got a bit of an all-star lineup. It's an interesting day in itself because I woke up this morning going, who am I going to try and con into getting into do a show today? And next thing you know, Michael's on the phone. He's explaining what's going on. He's like, hey, let's do a podcast. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll hit up my good friends, Darren and Darryl, and see what they might have something to say about FOIs. And next thing you know, we've got an all-star lineup and we've got so much content. I'm not sure if we're going to have time to fit it all in, but we're going to do our very best, ladies and gentlemen. So sit back, grab your drinks. There's another sips to warm up. G'day to Jake Sawyer, who's always there first commenting, by the way, and another amazing person who's there with the I've gone blank. I had the tab and now it's not there. I must accidentally close it. Patreon. There it is. And another of our amazing Patreons. G'day to all our Patreons who keep the funds and the lights on. Thank you very much for that. So don't forget to consider becoming a Patreon. The links are in the description, or you can just type in North Queensland Freedom Network at the Patreon website and you'll find us. Of course, make sure you get over to Telegram, because that's where I post all the little PDFs and bits and pieces you can't post on other social media platforms. So make sure you get onto that stuff. But without further ado, let's get our all-star lineup in here. We've got Michael. How are you, mate?
Good, man.
I'm sure he needs no introduction for the Cafe Locked Out crowd. Another person who doesn't need an introduction would be Robyn. G'day, Robyn. How you going?
Great. Good evening. Robyn. Hi, Michael.
Okay, Robyn.
And for all you regular watchers of the North Queensland Freedom Network, you definitely know Darryl. G'day, mate. How are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. And hello, Michael, and hello, Robyn.
Hi.
G'day, Darryl.
And, of course, last but certainly not least, my good friend Darren. How are you, mate?
I'm good, buddy. How are you doing today?
Holding up pretty well, mate. Holding up well.
Good to
hear. Hey, Darryl.
Hey, how you doing?
So we got an interesting concept here. I think we might start with why you wrote your FOI, Michael. We'll get to the result in a moment, but what was the motive behind writing that FOI?
Robyn told me to do it.
Well, kind of.
We heard about this new podcaster, a young girl. I can't remember her name. She's got a funny, it's a catchy. I can't remember the name. Anyway, and she got banned by Twitter for a post, hate speech, and so she challenged it with a young lawyer, and he won. He won with a magistrate. I think Robyn might have the verdict, where they said that E-Karren just couldn't do it unless she, I think maybe Robyn knows better, but she has to say why she's doing it, why it's hate speech, all this other stuff. She has to explain it. Otherwise, it's an attack on free speech. And what that allowed to happen was anyone could do an FOI. Senator Babbitt just got one. He's been banned. Rebecca Barnett from Perth, the great reporter, she's done it. She's getting censored. Milk Bar, Nathan from Milk Bar, who's done some of the most viral videos of our time, he's been censored. And so I thought, what the hell? I know I'm being censored, but see if they admit it. And the first email came back and said, no, nothing to see here. And I thought, yeah, right. And I forgot about it. But a week later, they came back and it was a longer email. And they said, well, actually, you're sort of being banned by a third party, but according to the magistrate, we're not sure we're obligated to have to tell you who is censoring you. And then that was it. And they said, we'll get back to you in a month, something like that. I'm paraphrasing because I don't read the stuff, to be honest. And then I never expected to hear back. And then we got a huge one back recently, yesterday. And I'll hand it over to Robyn because she actually read it. And Robyn, what were your thoughts?
Well, the person that you were referencing there for everybody playing at home, it's Celine Against the Machine. You can find her on X.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
And she, one of her videos exposed a primary school queer club. And she was banned with censorship anyway. So she did win her case against the E-Commissioner in that case. And as Michael said, people have been doing FOIs to see who's censoring everybody. So there were four major outcomes from the load of paper that Michael received, and the big one was an explanation as to why there are 10 documents that the E-Commissioner will not release to Michael. So 8 of those won't be released because out of public interest, because it has details of e-safety personnel, and it could be a risk to them. The other one is out of public interest, so releasing these 8 documents would adversely affect the operation of the agency, the E-Commissioner agency, and would possibly affect the willingness of people to make complaints. I won't give my opinion, I'll just say what it is. So the reports were made either by people or an organisation.
Do you want me to bring up? Sorry. Do you want me to bring up one of these email letters that I've got here?
You can bring them up if you like. I'll just go through.
Yeah, cool.
We don't know because the documents are being withheld for under what's called ACA. It's adult cyber abuse. And apparently with these people or organisation, there's been correspondence, file notes, names, discussions and summaries of those discussions. So that's one of the other reasons why they won't release those 8 documents. And the other one was public, personal privacy information. Releasing them would cause the people that are in those documents anxiety and stress. The other one is business information. It'll affect the organisation or the business and could prejudice future supply of information. The second part of that is documents have business affairs relating particularly to Facebook and Meta. So they have internal email addresses pertaining to Facebook and Meta that they don't want released. The other big one attached to Meta and being contrary to the public interest is that they've deemed it would enhance scrutiny of government decision making. So they don't want people scrutinising government decision making. So the interesting thing is that the documents that were given to Michael are heavily redacted. There are no names, no dates, no email addresses. You can't see which posts they're referring to. We can clearly see that Instagram, when they were given an informal alert from the E-Commissioner, Instagram instantly complied. However, Twitter didn't. They stuck up for Cafe Locked Out for as long as they could. And the interesting thing about these, particularly the 8 of the 10 documents that they won't release pertaining to Facebook and Meta, we can understand, they don't want to release people's internal email addresses. But as you can see from the Twitter and Instagram releases, they've redacted it anyway. So that's not why they're not releasing it. The real big one there is...
Sorry to cut you off just quickly. I'm looking at this original one here on 11th of March, and it said here that... no, sorry, it was going to... Is it that one? Or was it this one? I think it's on this one here, which is
I haven't
dated
sent you the original.
10th of April.
Find it. Yeah.
And it's got the original request that was made. And then it says they've refused access to 2 documents in full and grant access to 12 of the total of 14 that were originally cited. So is there another number you're looking at where you're seeing 8 were refused? Sorry.
Yeah, so in the answer that Michael just received yesterday, they go into why...
Isn't that this one the 10th of April?
So if you go into further down, when it explains why some of these documents are exempt, they go in to talk about the first 8 and then a further 2 documents why they're exempt. So anyway, so the big one is, it would enhance scrutiny of government decision making. Now, why are they keeping the documents pertaining to Facebook and Meta when they can redact it and protect people's information? Clearly, whoever the person or organisation is that made the complaints about adult cyberbullying, and the communications that they've had there, because they said that there's discussions and summaries and correspondence that they don't want to share. That, I would assert, is the reason why they don't want to share that. But even so, they could redact it. So it's very questionable as to why they won't release any of these ones to do with Facebook.
Well, my first thought as to why they're not releasing anything to do with Facebook, although Meta is the same thing, is if we come back to the original question, is that this applies in respect to the following social media accounts, X and Instagram. So I'm feeling that they're not going to release any information that you didn't specifically request. That would be my thoughts on that. What are your thoughts on that, Darryl, Darren? Either one of you want to jump in on this one?
I heard an interview recently with Senator Babbitt, and he said what they did is they took 2 of his Facebook posts down that were about 12 months old and 18 months old. And when he inquired as to why and which posts they took down, they said, no, we're not telling you. So
you got to remember they gave us a 10-year Facebook restriction, 3,649 days for our main Facebook page. So I didn't ask about Facebook because I don't need to know if been censored, because I got a 3,649 day gulag restriction.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's the ABC, Michael, because after we did that show, after speaking to Alex and Martina after the Four Corners Win Wars special, I'm just wondering if it's the ABC.
Yeah, it was the second day. It was the day after that interview. Yeah. Look, who knows? The thing is, I don't really care about the details. The fact is, they're censoring Senator Babbitt, who's a politician in power. They're censoring us. They want to, and they've been forced to admit it. And Cafe Lockdown isn't just me. We're actually a community of streamers. There's Mark, there's Robyn, Mark Nergebauer, George, the What the Fuck Boys, the Cardi Girls. There's someone else I can't think of. Tom does his own things. And so we've got this community of streamers. So we don't know which one of us is actually being censored. But I don't think it really matters. There's the people want to see us, and obviously they don't. And this is, I think this is dangerous times. And the people are just going, oh, well, this is just how it is now. Facebook censors, these censor, that's where you live now. Just adapt, just be careful what you say, or just shut the fuck up. And this is the danger of where we're going. And so this is like, to me, the reason I want to bring it out is this is like the broken window thing in New York. So they had a huge crime wave in New York. They didn't know how to do it. Then a police commissioner came in and he said, we're going after the small crimes. You break a window, you get charged. You break 3 windows, you go to jail. And they started from the ground up. And I think
if you blow up a building, we blame it on terrorists.
We have to call this out every time. This is, you can't censor. Why are you censoring? Just because someone calls up anonymously and says that they're upset or they're anxious. I mean, the amount of, we have Dr. Daniel, who just constantly attacks us. He's a cardiologist. He just hates our guts. He's constantly attacking us. And we have numerous trolls who have told me they've dobbed me in. You know what I mean? And so they're just constantly doing it. And this is like someone snitching to the teacher and they're not allowed to know who it is. And you get in trouble and there's no way to defend yourself. What was the post? Can we discuss why you took it down? Can we discuss who it got offended? None of that. And so to me, this is, and it's not just about me, it's all podcasters. Rebecca Barnett had reached 5 million listeners, or an audience of 5 million a month with her Twitter account, which made her suitable for, I think it's a month or 3 months, but I think it's 3 months, 5 million every 3 months. And we were on our way there. We got up really close, like 4 million. And so you're reaching 5 million a month. And once she reached it, suddenly it all stopped. And shadow banning is the other thing. And so now she's gone down to hardly she's got any reach. And we've been collating our numbers since pre-Christmas, haven't we, Robyn? And we've been reaching anywhere from 3.6 to well over 4 million a month on all our that's a month on all our various platforms with all our various streamers, with Twitter being the main one where we were killing it. And now it's gone boom. Sometimes we're lucky to get 40, 50 people liking something so they don't see it. So we've been actively shadow banned. And I think the thing behind shadow banning is if they just take your page down, then you can market that. Hey, look, I've been censored. Like Senator Babette today is marketing the hell out of it. He's going to town on it, which is a good thing to do. We did the same when they took cafe lockdown. But shadow banning slowly just constricts you to a point that you get disillusioned, think no one's watching me anymore. But it's actually an active way to try and get you to quit. And this is the reason we set up Closed Social.
I think that's one of the things too, because in those documents there at the beginning, it mentions about public interest and that the release of those 8 documents would adversely affect operations of the agency. Now, shadow banning, they do that in so many different ways. And if you've noticed, Michael, some of the live shows on my page anyway, people can watch it live, but as soon as you finish, it disappears. So they have disappearing live shows. So perhaps they don't want to reveal the different tactics that they use to shadow ban people. And, maybe that's a communication they've had with this organisation to combat people being able to re-watch information that is inconvenient. I don't know. We can only speculate.
The new one, Robyn, and especially for you, Mark, is Rumble. So we have a tick on our StreamYard to say we're streaming to Rumble, and then everyone goes on and goes, where's your Rumble feed? And you go to Rumble, it's not there. And yet it all says on StreamYard that it's all actively working. We've had that happen a few times. So, this is something we've been facing this for the last 5 years. I remember when I was at Epic, I was reaching 5.5 million. I took a screenshot of it just from my phone interviewing people. And that was like the highlight. And they've been bringing us down since then. Cafe Lockdown had 106,000 followers, but no one could follow it. If you followed it, you follow removed. And that was for 2 years. So I hit Darwin when I was going around during the lockdowns or after the lockdowns finished. I was going town to town with a tour, interviewing people in every town we went to. And we reached Darwin and they told us, we're removing your follow button. And that was 2 years ago. So if they'd left that, we'd probably be over 200,000 or more now. So they actively don't want voices of dissent. They just don't, and that's the truth.
And then particularly don't want them joining up and becoming large groups that possibly, with a bit of courage and fearlessness behind them, challenge the establishment.
I mean, look, if it wasn't for Rukshan filming the shooting of the shrine and the other young fella that also, Joel Gilmore, if it wasn't for those two brave independent journalists filming the shooting of the shrine, we'd have no visual evidence of it. They would have wiped it out. And yet that, as even Tony Abbott said, was one of the most disgraceful days in the history of Australia, history of graceful events. So he's that. I met him in the War Museum and I asked him, and that's what he said to me. He can't talk, he wouldn't go against his political party, but he says it was an absolute utter disgrace. And it's only because of the indies that do it, And look, I knew we were being censored. I knew it. I'm used to it now. I just keep going. But to get the evidence takes it to a different level. And it seems to me, I've got Peter Pham, one of the freedom lawyers, and another guy called Jay, who's in Brisbane, who I'll be meeting up. Peter Pham's looking at it and says the whole thing is disingenuous. The whole thing is them trying to squirm off the hook, and they actually want to see the verdict, or whatever you call what a magistrate hands down their verdict. They want to see that because they're pretty sure that she's not aligning to it. So I think that's the next step. Is what is, if I send an FOI, she has to tick this box, this box, this box, and this box. And so I think we just keep pushing and going, no, that's the law. Do your job. Yeah.
And in recent times, we've also had Facebook, and I don't know if anybody else has experienced it, but I know I have, and I know Cafe Lockout has, where Facebook is no longer archiving old videos.
No.
Basically, anything over 30 days, they're scrapping it now. So Facebook is no longer an archive of information as far as live videos go. They have specifically stated live videos, which
called memory holing.
Yeah, and then they go, you can download it now, and you go to download it, and you can't. They say it's been deleted. So by the time they announce that it's ready to download, and when it comes through, I do it immediately, and it's already gone. So that's what Rumble is. Rumble is our library. Everything we've ever done is on Rumble. And so we knew that. And I've got all the personal interviews I've done, which is well over 3,000 now. I've got them on numerous hard drives, because I've done unedited versions. Because the reason I do unedited, and why sometimes a bit long and boring, is I don't want to put that I'm putting my cut on it. This is an Australian who in this period of silence has the courage to speak, and so I allow them to have their entire say. I'm not usually even in the videos. I just let them have their entire say, and I keep it for the future. So maybe 100 years from now or law, people might look back and go, oh, well, not all of Australia was cowardly. Look, we've got these 3,000 brave souls who stood up, most of them grandmothers, but who stood up and spoke out.
Well, I have noticed the representation of the general public seems to be of the more elderly persuasion, from, those of us who are 40 plus, probably more in the plus than the 40, which is, somewhat disturbing. You think the young people would have a little bit more of a stake in their freedom and their country.
Oh, I'm meeting them. They just have no respect for us. I think they think that we were the ones that should have stopped it. It was our war. And instead, we all pushed them to get vaccinated, and we told them to basically go against their conscience. And they actually have scant respect for us. And we're leaving them with $1 trillion bill. There's no houses they can rent. There's no this. And all we do is, you just got to work harder, mate. Go out further in the country and buy something cheap and work your way up. How about Alice Springs? I hear the houses are going cheap there, and eventually work your way to Sydney when you're 567 years old. We have, our generation is the most shameful generation that's ever existed in Australia. Our grandfathers fought for our country. Our great-grandfathers fought for our country. In the future, our young people will have to fight to get our democracy back. But we just got fat and lazy, and we don't want to fight. And that's the truth. And so we're not owed any respect. In fact, our job should be to go to the grave trying to win back the respect that we were gifted from our childhood and earn the right to call ourselves Australian. Because we are the last generation in this country that can stop what's happening peacefully. Like today, I interviewed a doctor. 5 o'clock in the morning, we got up, drove all the way to Coffs Harbour, interviewed him. He did an extraordinary interview. Right at the end of it, mega rich, super rich, retired, nothing to lose. And right at the end of the interview, he said, "You're not going to put this up anywhere, are you? Can you just, So he just used us for counselling. And then this. And then just the day before, someone else that did an interview called up and said, actually, can you not put it up? Can you not put it up? So people are adapting to the authoritarian rule that we're going into, which rule one is shut the fuck up. And so this is really, because right now it's about talking. And if we don't talk, then we'll lose the ability to talk. And that's what this censorship is so dangerous, because everyone goes, oh, well, you shouldn't have said what you said. You shouldn't have posted what you posted. Just post images of your cafe latte and post that. That's safe. That'll keep you safe. No, now it's really time. And everyone says it's going back to normal. Bullshit, it's going back to normal. Bullshit. If you get in, it's not. Yeah.
That's right. I agree, Michael.
Thanks, babe.
Yep.
So,
yeah, Mark, what I find really interesting about the FOI Act is there's a section in there, Section 3, which is titled "The Objects of the Act," and
Okay.
it says
Bring that
this.
up.
It says this. It says the Parliament intends by these objects to promote Australia's representative democracy by contributing towards the following: increased public participation in government processes with a view to promoting better informed decision making, and B, to increase scrutiny, discussion, comment, and review of the government's activities. So the Act actually compels you to scrutinise and to comment and to review the government's activities. And
Which seems to be contradictory to what was stated here.
yeah,
right.
what I find is when people like Michael do this, when he scrutinises the government and he compels discussion and comment and reviews the government's activities, well, he's actually taken to task, and he's actually limited in the audience that he can reach. Now, that very fact that this commissioner is doing this, they've got this Information Act where they're basically trying to shut people down from exercising the right to freedom of speech. But in the Freedom of Information Act, there's a provision that makes you actually scrutinise the government and review their activities. So which is it? Which is it?
Clearly says here on page 8, for all the material identified above as conditionally exempt, I consider that disclosure would generally promote the objectives of the FOI Act and may enhance the scrutiny of government decision-making.
Yeah, so they don't want that. E-Karren says, no, you can't scrutinise the government. Not Michael, not anybody. You're not allowed to, even though, as Darren's just pointed out, that's exactly what FOIs are for.
Yeah.
It's funny because the government, the way that they're going at the moment, it's actually in the opposite direction of democratic society. Where there is scrutiny and there is involvement with the people in regards to basically decision making and getting involved. The government are basically saying, the Labor Party is saying, get fucked. We don't want your participation. Okay, and that's what we're seeing continuously.
You saw that, Darren. You saw that with that young guy who questioned the Treasurer and the Prime Minister in that video that went viral. They just stayed silent to say, who let him in here? Who let that? Their actions were basically the equivalent of going, let him eat cake. Get him out of here. Even though
exactly.
That's where we're at. They have scant regard for the Australian public at all. The whole thing now is morality is a virtue signaling morality. I actually reckon we are where Solzhenitsyn said they were lying. We knew they were lying. They knew we knew they were lying. They just kept lying. That beautiful soliloquy. I actually reckon that's where we are now. That's where we are. Yeah.
It's interesting. There's a case from a couple of years ago, and I believe it's New South Wales Police versus Kirshner. And this guy basically, well, the police suggested that he plotted to overthrow the government. And so he was thrown in jail for about 9 months on remand, and then he was taken before the Supreme Court of New South Wales. And you know what the Supreme Court of New South Wales said about this? He was up on terrorism charges and everything. You know what the Supreme Court said? It is his right to overthrow the government.
Wow.
Okay. So when it comes down to it, although you've got these communistic people in power that are moving towards, the silencing of people such as yourself, when you go to court, they say, no, hold on, you have these rights. You have the right to political communication. Okay, sure. The right to political communication is enshrined in the Constitution. Okay, it's not written. Okay, but it is in there through many high court cases.
Isn't it in the Magna Carta too?
Well, marginally, but
don't we have a Bill of Rights in that or something?
Yeah, we got a Bill of Rights there. But if we go back to November last year, there was a case in the federal court, Farrakhan versus Hanson. Right, and
is that Pauline Hanson?
Yeah.
So, racial vilification.
Yeah, so Senator Farrakhan took advantage of Australia. Like what happened, Hanson actually put a tweet out having a go at Senator Farrakhan for having a go at the Queen. And Senator Hanson put a tweet up saying that she took citizenship, brought several houses, she took a job in the Parliament, and yet she has the hypocrisy to be critical of Australia. That is also the message that Hanson says that she meant to convey. It is a message that Senator Farrakhan is, as an immigrant, a second-class citizen. So they threw Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act at Senator Hanson in the federal court, and Farrakhan won the case. Okay, and you sort of go, hang on, the High Court's already spoken about this in Coleman versus Power in 2004, and you can basically go up to a political, in that case it was a police officer, and swear at him, and the High Court full bench said, yeah, that's fine. You know, if the police officer got upset about it, well, suck it up, sunshine. It doesn't mean that someone should be brought before the courts because of what you said to somebody.
Yeah.
And this is what
sticks and stones.
Sticks and stones. Now, Senator Farrakhan, because she won that case, she actually then put it up on the Greens website that it's okay now if you're an immigrant in this country and an Aussie comes up to you and has a go at you for being black or white or Bringle or whatever, well, now I've set a precedent in the court and you can get done for it. Now, what happened? So the Attorney General got brought into that case, and he should have known better. He should have known that the High Court's already spoken about this. And in fact, Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act shouldn't be there. Since the High Court has ruled in 2004, you have the absolute freedom of political communication, and this has been upheld many times in the courts, and yet Mark Dreyfus didn't say anything about that. He went along with it. He failed in his duty of care as the Attorney General to remind the federal court you can't rule against Senator Hanson. She had the right to say to this other senator, hey, listen, pack your bags and piss off back to Pakistan. That's, she had that right. But the federal court ruled against her. And you've got to go, no, something's wrong here. And they, ever since November last year, they've really been pushing the E-Karren.
Yeah.
Go,
So do you know if Pauline's going to appeal that decision and take it to the High Court?
It's up for appeal in August.
Awesome.
Okay, but we tried to file a case in the High Court to cut that off at the pass, right? And we got a response from the High Court, which sort of really threw us. And it said that the High Court justices are not Commonwealth entities.
Hang on, run that past us one more time.
Sorry.
We've got it on a letterhead from the High Court saying that the High Court justices are not Commonwealth entities. Now, if you want to go deeper down that rabbit hole, if you go to Section 10 of the Public Governance and Accountability Act of 2013, it says that the High Court is not a Commonwealth entity.
So Public Governance and Accountability Act, because I've got to see this for myself.
Yep. So let's go to
they
Section
define
10.
who they are then? If they define who they were, did they define who they are?
It says, however, the High Court and the Future Fund Board of Guardians are not Commonwealth entities.
And which section was that again, sorry?
Section 10, and Section 10 is headed Commonwealth entities.
Yeah, you've got to understand in Australia, there are Commonwealth corporate entities and Commonwealth non-corporate entities, and the Public Performance and Accountability Act provides for this.
Right. So please explain for those of us who are not quite up with these terms.
Well, it turns out, our High Court is under, our High Court and especially the Attorney General's Department are joined at the hip. Right? So where there is supposed to be a separation of powers, there isn't. And I can take you back to correspondence I got through a court case I did back in 2007, where there were letters between the Attorney General's Department and the High Court regarding defending the Commonwealth in a particular case. And they admitted, the Attorney General said, we expect the High Court to defend the Commonwealth if my case got up to the High Court. And the High Court responded saying, yes, we will. Okay, and now that's something that should be out of the realm of the court system. Separation of powers is all about the separation of the courts from the executive, from the parliament. That's at a Commonwealth level. And when at the time we had a barrister and he nearly seriously fell off his chair, he'd never seen anything like that. He said, when he saw those two letters, he said, we've lost Australia.
Can I tell you, with William Bay and the case that he won, the magistrate or the judge presiding over that case said, because he was up against a KC lawyer, which is apparently the best in that field, and 10 silks. And the judge said, one of the lawyers said something, and the judge said, hang on, you realise he's innocent till proven guilty. And the lawyer said, I don't believe that. And the judge said, I'm sorry? You don't believe that innocent till proven guilty? And the lawyer said, no, I don't. Wow. And so this was...
Yeah, so if I do believe that, do we now sit down and take it to a priest or something and talk about what I'm doing?
Yeah, when you get William Bay on, ask him about it, because he'll explain it much better than I will. But that was one of the things that William said. He just sat there. Even William and the judge were just in shock. But,
but that would have been deemed a strict liability offence.
Okay, and how does that work?
Well, the statute provides that it's a strict liability. There's no breathing room.
Yeah, a strict liability offence fundamentally means that you are guilty unless you provide a reasonable excuse for committing the offence. So you are guilty before proven innocent.
Yeah.
So much like a speeding fine.
So that's where we live now. You're saying
correct.
A speeding fine. Okay.
Yeah. And as far as the Bill of Rights is concerned, yes, we have a Bill of Rights. It's enshrined in our law here, but it only relates to government. It's got nothing to do with you and I, but it's there for the protection of us. Okay,
so as in us, the government, or us, the people?
No, us, the people. So, and that's the best form of Bill of Rights that you could possibly have, because the Bill of Rights then is an instruction manual directly related to those in government at all levels. So if you see, like for instance, Section 12, that all grants and promises of fines and forfeitures to particular persons before conviction is illegal and void. So it says, right, Parliament, you cannot write a law that empowers, and the simplest way I can put this, a police officer to give you a fine. Okay?
Right.
The only entity in government that can give you a fine is after a conviction, and a conviction can only take place after a court case. All right? Yep. So then it says illegal and void. So that's also an instruction to the court when they see a law that defies that, then the instruction is very clear. Treat that as illegal and void. Right? So
I ask, in these rights, what rights do we have? You say they're for the government, but is freedom of speech, freedom of choice, freedom of travel, are these freedoms are they in the Bill of Rights, or what rights do we have?
The last thing you want is to give the people a Bill of Rights. The last thing, because our freedoms are you can't really define our freedoms except don't hurt your neighbour. Okay, the most basic. Don't hurt your neighbour, don't steal. These basic things. That's all we got to take care of, okay? That's it. When it comes to governance, we've got to keep them in line. So we've got to lay out what they can or cannot do. And that's what the constitutions do. So the constitutions, like for instance, in the Commonwealth Constitution, Section 51, has got 39 subsections. Well, they're the heads of power that government rely upon when it comes to drafting a law. So the government can't turn around and say, okay, now tomorrow we're going to bring a law in that says that if any babies are born with blue eyes, they can be killed, right? They can't do that. There's no head of power for that in the Constitution. So as the people...
How about if you don't get vaccinated, you could lose your job?
Yeah, but that's only because the people of Australia, this is, if you look at the case that I was at the High Court for on Wednesday, that one of the cases, Dr. Beverly Peers, that's a direct challenge to that.
Yeah.
Because what happened, the corporations were the ones giving the instructions to their employees to take on the mandate through the state law.
Yeah.
So the Fair Work Act says, and no, hang on, that's a Fair Work Act is a Commonwealth law, and it says that the national employer in an industrial dispute, so where the employee is saying no, the state law doesn't even play a role. It does not play a role. So therefore, that requirement, that mandate that the state laws were imposing, the national employer had no business taking any notice of. Right? It's the most powerful case in Australia at the moment. And they've got no out, they know we're right. Section 26 of the Fair Work Act is it. That stuffs their whole COVID program. And the High
So
Court...
if they win, basically everyone can get their job back.
Well, when they win, people will wake up to the fact that these instructions and policies that these corporations were putting on their workers was hot air. It had no substance.
Yeah.
And so then we as the people step back and say, shit, where do we go wrong? And it's up to us. That's what I was saying earlier. We point at somebody and we try and blame somebody, but three fingers are pointing back at us because we haven't woken up to what these people in government can or cannot do, because we couldn't be bothered picking up or a law book or listening to what the Parliament's just done.
Well, I have to disagree there, Darryl. I've been helping fund numerous court cases against the Fair Work thing. I had a guy in Adelaide. He worked on the helicopters. He's actually got bionic hearing, the only one with bionic hearing to do it. He's an incredible guy. And the Fair Work person said, you won't win. We've had 500 cases and they all lose. We've had Jay, we've had Julian Gillespie, we've had this. The only one that's had a win is William Bay, and everyone got stunned by that. And we've lost loads. And in fact, I usually go to gatherings and everyone's talking law. Everyone's trying to understand it. I know we're waking up because the era of she'll be right is over, but I've got 5 years and we've raised millions for these court cases. And most of the courts have said, we're not looking at the information. We're not looking at the science. We don't care. We don't this. And to me, the judiciary has fallen. And in fact, there's a federal court judge in South Australia, Stewart, someone I think, and he lives in despair to how the courts have fallen and stuff like this. Yeah, so I'm not thinking the people are lazy. And this is only to the common law people and everyone else. They've been fighting tooth and nail trying to comprehend it and understand it. And I'm in huge admiration to them for their tenacity. They've had failure after failure. They've picked themselves up. I know Melissa McCann now. I don't know how she's going with her, the case that she's got going. I'm aware of Rod Cullerton's case with that doctor. In fact, that doctor's sister is in trouble too because she came on our show and they used our show to prosecute her because she talked openly on our show with Dr. Easterhouse. So I have to respectfully disagree there. I think people are fighting, but one thing that's been missing is lawyers who would actually communicate with us. Lawyers have been incredibly rare, and barristers even rarer.
I've been promoting this for 25 years, right, to the general public. And the most powerful part of government is the High Court of Australia. It doesn't matter. The Parliament is just where the idiot brigade are. And if you look in English law as to what happens when the Parliament provides some draconian law, how do we deal with that? Well, you take it into the court under what's called judicial review. So it doesn't matter. And this is what we did with the Farrakhan case, right? So that was November 2024. So by January this year, we had an application sitting in the High Court of Australia, right? Because the High Court, like the Supreme Court of the state, sits in what's called original jurisdiction. And original jurisdiction is where you can review that law. And a good example of that, Darren does a really good presentation on this in our seminar, is October 2023, when the Victorian, there was a case, Vanderstock versus State of Victoria, where the High Court and the full bench of the High Court threw out an electric vehicle tax, which would have been worth billions and billions of dollars. So this is the power of our High Court. We shouldn't even be looking at our Parliament. Seriously, I've been in there. It's the idiot brigade. And they will admit this. You know, these people, like the likes of Pauline Hanson and that one from Tasmania, seriously, these people would be lucky to scratch an 80 on an IQ test. You know, and we focus on them because the machine, the propaganda machine, has got us focusing on that part of government where that's not where the power is. Doesn't matter what they do. And you go back in English law and you'll see that the jury system, if you're a defendant in a court case with a full jury as it was meant to be, you could actually present to that court that the law he was brought into that court under was draconian and it needed to be tested. And there's a really good, one of the books of authority, I think it's Blackstone's, and he said, and Dicey, that's another one, very good books of authority, where they said judicial review is the most powerful tool that we the people have to utilise our courts to throw these stupid laws that these idiot politicians bring in. And when we learn to use that, we will get back our power. And in fact, Dicey said a law is not considered a law until it has sat on our statute books for 40 years. And that gives we the people a chance to test that law out in the courts, because it's the court where we get a chance to bring about our grievance relating to that particular law that's been created. And this is what like for us to go with the Farrakhan case, to be able to just go into the High Court and just put it in an application. So we didn't have to bother. It wasn't on appeal. It wasn't, let's go to the lowest court and start there. No. Only two courts can handle original jurisdiction, the Supreme Court of the state and the High Court of Australia. And they're the ones that can throw these laws under the bus when you present it properly. And the biggest problem we have there, and I've confronted this personally, and it's actually caused me to go to the head professor at Monash University, because years ago we were running cases all over Australia and we were looking for proper legal counsel. And these people, I was interviewing these people, and they'd last about 15 minutes, and they just look at me with glazed eyes and they go, mate, I have never been exposed to these laws that you're talking about. what's going on? And I'd say, okay. So that led me to go to the head professor of law at Monash and say, what the fuck are you doing? You know, you're not teaching these people the foundation laws, or quite deliberately. And I see this every day I walk into a courtroom. Mm. These lawyers, all they discuss are costs.
That's right.
That's all they're interested in.
Glorified accountants.
Well, that's right. I mean, that sounds all nice on paper, but reality, you want to go to the High Court and you're not a lawyer, you need deep pockets.
No.
If you're a bus driver in Pakenham who's just lost his job because he didn't want to get to take the juice, and you've got a mortgage and a few kids to try feed, you don't have $100,000 in your back pocket to go, I'm going to fight for the principle here.
Have a look at Rod Cullerton. And
I know Rod. I'm good mates with Rod.
And Dr. Valerie Beverly.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking normal, ordinary people here.
Can I give a real example?
You know? Yeah, go ahead, Robyn.
Can I give a real example and get your thoughts on it? Because it's two different states in the Supreme Court. So we had last year the Supreme Court ruling Queensland that it was against human rights for police to be forced to get the jab. And then we had Ben Falconer and 12 other officers also go to the Supreme Court in Western Australia, and the Supreme Court ruled that the direction was lawful to be vaccinated. So ultimately in WA, what that ruling should alert everybody to is that WA employees have no rights over their own bodies in the workplace. So can you talk about in WA, we're not safe in our workplace, but Queensland people are?
Police officers aren't employed by the state. That's
Pardon?
Police officers aren't employed by the state.
Yeah. And I come back.
Who are they employed by?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. And I've got an FOI with the Victoria Police at the moment relating to their articles of association. Right? So we don't know. The thing is, what's happened to our police forces just in the past sort of 20 years or 10, 12 years is they've been thrown out in the open. We're not sure who the hell's actually supporting them. They're not under the Crown anymore. All they rely on is their oath, and it's sort of like, what the hell's going on with our police? So this is what I've got an FOI in front of that, and I was in court today trying to get the court to go on a jurisdictional step and get the police to ask that question, because I said I don't believe they have the power under the Transport Act to enforce it because they are not a defined entity in law. And that's the government doing this. This is like just recently we've had the police where they've been fighting for 2 years to get a pay rise, and it's just been falling on deaf ears. The government's just going, oh, look, and else, they're not even looking at them. They don't care. It's like, hey, guys, wake up. You're not a public servant anymore. You're something else, and that's why I've done the FOI. And the response I got back from the Victoria Police was, "Oh, listen, we're pretty busy. It's going to take us about 35 weeks to reply."
Struth.
35 weeks. So I wrote back to them and I said, "But hang on, you have a statutory obligation to fulfil within 28 days."
Yeah.
And I haven't heard back from them. And so the only way to finalise this is to go into the Supreme Court on judicial review and say, okay, we're now looking at the prosecuting powers of the Victorian Police under the Road Safety Act. And I want to know whether, in the light of the Crown Proceedings Act and the Victoria Police Act, that they actually are who they say they are. Because, for instance, if you get a traffic camera fine, it will have on the bottom of the photograph, it will have supplied by Serco Services Proprietary Limited.
Yep.
Well, there's an associated entity. Okay,
Yep.
who else is tied to the police and in what capacity? And that's why I'm asking the bigger question, so I get all the articles of association and go, that's who they are. Now, we believe what they actually are, they're actually called a statutory corporation. Well, what the hell's that? Because when I go to the heads of power for government, the heads of power in the Commonwealth, it's section 5120, and it says that the Parliament of the Commonwealth can make laws relating to trading, financial, and foreign corporations. But where's this statutory corporation? And where's this government corporation? Where's that? It's not there. So there's no head of power. So, because as we know, they are corporate, so then they don't have the prosecuting power as they had under the Crown. They don't have the privileges and immunities that the Crown provided. So they're just a fancy, security service.
Pretty much.
It's like, okay,
Yeah,
I have
we've
power to prosecute.
we've
Now,
experienced their services.
yeah, like when you look at the
Some might say militia.
you look at 2016 and before writs in the courts, when the police took you into court, it was either R versus or it was the state of versus. And the constable was just an informant. But now it's Constable Jack Smith versus.
Yeah.
And that's when I threw them. I went into the court and I said, hang on, this is a private prosecution. And they went, what do you mean? And I said, but it should be the state of Victoria or it should be the state of New South Wales or whatever. And they're like, oh, no, you don't want to have that. No, we'd be overwhelmed. And he said, well, hang on. No. This is about who you are as an entity to take me to court for breaking a state law. Now, if you're a corporation, then hang on, you can't force me to take your goods and services. And that's the competition. That's in the Competition Consumer Act. This is the law that the Parliament of the Commonwealth created for corporations. And Section 50 of that says that a corporation cannot harass or coerce any person to take of their goods or services. So by slipping into this, behind this corporate veil, they've actually stepped away from their powers that they had as government. And they've stuffed up. So it's up to us to call them out on that.
So to summarise, you're kind of saying while people are in there fighting one thing, they should be fighting the fact that we shouldn't even be here fundamentally.
Yeah, this is the Consumer Act. This is under the Fair Trading Act. So every state has a Fair Trading Act. And what that Fair Trading Act ties it back to the Commonwealth law, which is the Competition Consumer Act.
Mark, if you go to my website and bring up the latest post, you'll see there's a FOI response from the New South Wales Police Force. And New South Wales Police Force say in that particular Freedom of Information, or GIPA, it's called the GIPA Act, which is their Freedom of Information. They don't like to use the word freedom in that state. Same as Queensland. They're up there. It's called right to information, but they don't like using the F word in those states.
It's a naughty F word. They certainly don't like it. If you
bring up that, you will see that New South Wales Police make the admission that they are not a legal entity, and that's the same case in Western Australia.
Okay.
They are not a legal entity. So if you read the last paragraph there.
Let's just expand that. So the last paragraph.
No, on the first page. Go back up.
On the first page.
Yep.
Searches of information.
The following information has been provided to this office in response to your request. New South Wales Police Force is not a legal entity, but is a collection of persons.
Hang on. Sorry. Am I on the right spot?
You were. Stop.
Yeah.
There. Decision.
No, go back.
Go to the first page.
No.
Can you go to the first page? Stop.
That's it.
Yep. Okay. Sorry.
No. Scroll down a bit. Scroll down a bit. Stop.
Beauty.
New South Wales, the following information has been provided to this office in response to your request. New South Wales Police Force is not a legal entity, but is a collection of persons either appointed to statutory office or employed in the service of the Crown for the performance of the agency's functions when the agency engages in legal relationships. Okay, now there's case law in Western Australia from the Supreme Court of Western Australia where, once again, they reveal that the Western Australian Police Force is not a legal entity. Okay, in Victoria, prior to 2013, Victoria Police weren't a legal entity either, but then there was this case called the Boyer case where this police officer, he got PTSD through his functions and duties. And basically, he tried to sue the Victoria Police, and the courts said that the Victoria Police were not employees or agents of the Crown. Now, you can go to the Crown Proceedings Act in Victoria, and you can see that right there in the note. It says police are not employees or officers of the Crown. Okay, so the police are not the Crown. They swear an oath to the Queen. They're meant to be an independent. No, Victoria, 58. It's there. Go to that. No, go back out and go to the Ostley one, so you don't have to go scrolling. The one that, yep. Scroll down 23. Click on 23.
I'm going to have to go, everyone. I hate to interrupt.
Yeah,
I'll just say bye and leave you to
it. This sounds great
Thanks,
on paper,
Robyn.
but in the trench, all I see is a lawless land. And if you want justice, well, you got to have deep pockets or you're just a slave. So good luck. I don't buy it. And I'm being censored. And I don't care the legal thing. It's just fucking wrong because my grandfather fought that I would have freedom of speech. And he might laugh at that, but there's a load of dead bodies out there that they died. They never had lives. They never had kids. They never got to see the beauty of they did because they laid down their lives so we could have freedoms. It's not a fucking joke. It's absolutely real. And it's gone. And we got to fight for it. And the courts are bullshit. I'm sorry. I've had 5 years of just bullshit. Maybe what you're saying is right, but they got the guns and they don't care.
Okay. So.
Where it says note there, Mark.
Yep, note.
Protective service officers are not servants or agents of the Crown or independent contractors employed by the Crown. So why were they asking the government for a pay rise if they're not contractors, agents or servants of the Crown?
That's a good question. Is there some sort of...
Why would you be asking... This provision shows you, okay...
So is that the case?
It shows you who they're not.
Did the police officers not know who they're asking for a pay rise from, perhaps? Or is there some sort of interlinked scenario where the government is paying them, but they're not specifically employing them?
Well, they don't know. They don't know themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know. It's exactly right.
Yeah, we've asked as many of them as we can, especially after COVID when they left. A lot of these guys left, and we just asked the question, who was paying you? And they just look at you strange and go, oh, well, I don't know.
I know a few ex-coppers. I might ask them if they've got any of their old paychecks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be worth looking at, for sure.
And, yeah, I believe the fight is, I mean, we wouldn't have got as far as we have with Rodney and Dr. Beverly in the courts if they were completely broken. You know, there's still a lot of people just can't handle the fact that we need to go to the courts in order to get a remedy. And, you know, I was one of those people that thought, you know, the parliament's where we fix these things, but having been in there, it's not. You know, the real power lies in that court and how you structure your argument. Yeah. And you don't need hundreds of thousands of dollars because there's this really awkward law called freedom of access to your courts. And that's a real law, and it works. And all it costs, essentially, is your time, and it's a people power thing. So in the case of Rodney and Beverly, there's a group of people that just do their paperwork, and it's just on a voluntary basis. And we put that paperwork up there, and we say what they got to say, and this is the result. Wednesday we're in the High Court, and the solicitors could not they couldn't throw either case out like they want to. They just remitted it down to the lower court. And they blew it when they did that. And it was a new judge.
Let's sort of look at that a little bit, because we had Jackie on here last Friday, and she was, encouraging everybody to get down to Canberra and, support Rod and Dr. What was her name again? Sorry.
Beverly.
Beverly. Yeah. So let's talk about how that went.
Both Rodney and Beverly presented their cases very well. This was a directions hearing, so the court was just trying to work out who's who in the zoo, and essentially they put up the newest appointment into the High Court, Beach Jones, and he hasn't got the best reputation. Now they had said in the paperwork that they wanted to remit both cases down to the federal court, but they didn't say why. Now, whenever you're dealing with a remittal, it should be based upon they want the federal court to look at a fact-finding mission. So It needs to be specified what they want the federal court to do, because the federal court doesn't have the power that the High Court has. So that was but the paperwork from the court didn't say that. They just said they wanted to remit it down. And the solicitors for the other side on both cases, they couldn't really come up with anything of substance. And we actually cited, and Dr. Beverly was really good. Her presentation was gold. And you could see the High Court Justice, he was like, oh shit, how am I going to get out of this? And people were applauding, we filled the courtroom.
Oh, and nice. To the extent that it's spewing out the door sort of thing, or?
Well, it filled every seat.
Nice.
It filled every seat in the court. So, that was a really good, strong signal. But unfortunately, because we're in Canberra doing it, and the judge was in Sydney, Rodney was in Perth, and Dr. Beverly was in Melbourne.
That must have been a really strange sight to see, where so many people bums in seats to see it, but not even the judge is physically there.
Yeah, it was all on a TV screen at the back of the court.
That's like turning up to the cinema.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Strange world we live in.
Oh, it is, but it worked. It worked well. Everyone could hear clearly, so it was a good event. But we saw Beach Jones cringe, and he couldn't even look up. When he was giving his judgment for both cases, he couldn't even look up into the camera. Wow. So, that the body language was gold. And now we're just going to go through the process of getting it back into the High Court. That's all it's done. It's just stalled the inevitable.
And I guess this is a bit of what Michael, is talking about, is that it's just such a long, drawn out process, again, designed to weaken, it's the weaponization of the legal system, I guess, is another way of looking at it too, where if you don't have the tenacity or perhaps the money or the will to continue, their desire here seems to be to just beat you down and drag it out as long as you can. And, for all those who are hoping that this will be the blockade that you say it is, it's going to, cut the head off the viper, so to speak. You know, it's just been delayed even further. And in the meantime, those who still don't quite get it and are hoping to get that victory are sitting on the edge of their seat going, oh, fuck, now we've got to wait a bit longer, you know? So what, you mean there was another sequel to the sequel of the sequel? Fuck, man. You know, I can see why people are disillusioned. I can see why, you know, Michael sort of was a bit, you know, upset at the end there. It is very grueling.
It is. And you've got to have patience, and you've got to realize that this system is so embroiled in this machine they've created that it's very hard to just sort of break it out. We can't scorch the earth. So we've got to do it a piece at a time. And when we do it a piece at a time, it will magically, it'll all of a sudden, the bad guys will run away because there's too much light in the room, and we can get on with our lives and learn a lesson from this. And the main lesson is, when our framers created federation, their intention was to involve the people as much as possible. And they thought the referendum process was going to do that. And essentially, yeah, everything was tickety-boo right up until 1912. And then they brought in Queensland compulsory enrolment in voting. And then in 1915, they made it compulsory to vote at referendums. And then by 1924, that had leaked into the Commonwealth Electoral Act, where they made it compulsory voting and compulsory enrolment. Now, we're one of the only countries in the world that have that. Yeah. So what they did, they'd suppressed us because they'd given us all this freedom, and then they suppressed that as much as possible. And guess what? It worked. It worked because we don't have the same passion towards our government and the Constitution as they do in America, where it's voluntary.
Yeah, to vote. And you have to encourage people to want to care.
Yeah, and
we're still got the same battle though. We're still trying to encourage people to care, but you know, like instead of, you know, caring as in turning up to vote in the first place, we're getting people to care to stop drawing dicks on ballots. Yeah,
that's the key. See, we've gone from being a free society to being one that's gone, hang on, they've put a prohibition, a form of prohibition on us, and that's never worked. And we've got to go, no, let's pick up the pieces and call them out. Like, we don't know what our Constitution says. In 1913 or 1915, there was a referendum, and they asked us a whole bunch of questions about corporations, monopolies, and the like. And when you read the yes and no cases for that referendum, they actually said the Constitution is like a skeleton. We've created this skeleton, it's got these bones on it, and we've given the power over to the people to put a body on it. So we've given you the basic structure. Now use your communication to your politicians, use sections 7, 24 and section 128 to put a body on that skeleton. And then you've got a body of law. But what have we done? We've concentrated on football, meat pies and holding cars.
Yeah.
And we've lost the plot because they suppressed us through the compulsory voting. And it worked. It worked. And now we're suffering the most. We've got the biggest bunch of evil psychopaths the Earth's ever created, and we've put them in our parliament, and they're the ones controlling our national estate instead of us, the people. You know, and we wouldn't know the Constitution if we fell over it. And it worked.
Yeah, that's a stunning plan, you know, to force everybody to vote, but give them no information on how to vote or what they should be voting for.
And you know, concentrate on the parliament. Don't look at any other part of government. You know, just look at the idiots, and they'll make you feel good. And of course, you turn on the TV, and it's a bloody soap opera.
Yes.
And that's what it is.
It's very highly emotive. It's all about engaging people in the, you know, their touchy feely stuff. You know, save the world. You're going to die if you don't vote green, and you know, save the world. You know, we'll all be invaded by Asians if you don't vote One Nation. You know, it's all a big fear campaign, and you know, ramping towards emotions and whatnot. But I think we should probably drag this into where we were going to take it at this particular time, which was the UNIDROIT scenario, which is really ramping things up to a whole new level. So hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. You may need another sip to deal with this, but the sip may not help you comprehend it. So it's a bit of one of those scenarios. It works for me. It may not work for you. Sips. UNIDROIT. What the fuck is UNIDROIT?
Well, let's have a look at the purpose. And what is it?
The elephant in the room, as you described it earlier.
Yeah.
So here's the UNIDROIT website. Nice and easy to find, www.unidroit.org.
Yep.
The overview. So this is under the About UNIDROIT, under overview for anybody looking for it later. The International Institute of Unification of Private Law. UNIDROIT is an independent, intergovernmental organization with its seat in the Villa. Now, forgive me if I say this wrong because I don't speak Roman. Aldo Brandini in Rome. Is its purpose is to study needs and methods for modernizing, harmonizing, and coordinating private and, in particular, commercial law as between states and groups of states, and to formulate uniform law instruments, principles, and rules to achieve those objectives. Now, its origin is interesting because it's back in 1926 as an auxiliary organ of the failed, I forgot to put the word failed in, so I just thought I'd put it in there, League of Nations. The institute was re-established in 1940 on the basis of a multilateral agreement, the UNIDROIT Stature, which, you know, is more to going on to that one. We have 65 member states. I can't recall exactly how many member states there are across the world, but I'm pretty confident there's a hell of a lot more than 65. But I did open up that tab so that we can have a bit of a look to see that it's kind of, you know, governed quite a few. And interestingly enough, we're in agreement, Australia, with Russia and America.
Yeah, and China.
And China. But Japan's in there.
Yep.
You know, South Korea. No, North Korea. So I was half expecting to find North Korea in there as well. You know, most of South Africa, South America is in there. Fuck all of South America, Nigeria, and South Africa itself. You know, another. You know, Egypt is a part of it.
That's right.
So we've got quite a few nations here, you know, and they're all listed.
Yeah, and they control the legislator in every one of those states.
Did that say the Holy See?
Yeah, they were the Holy See and Switzerland were the first two to start up UNIDROIT.
Where did we see that?
It'd be under H.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holy See. Holy shit.
There it is.
There
Could
you
have put
go.
it better myself, Eddie.
Yeah, it seemed appropriate.
Yep, there it is. And they're the...
I didn't realise that the Holy See were considered a member state.
Yeah, because they
I know that Rome's their own country. So
it's a country within a country.
That's right.
It's a bit like the City of London and Washington DC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe Canberra kind of falls under the same thing, doesn't it?
Well, they tried to.
Yeah, it just didn't work.
Well, that was the Self-Governing Act. They brought that in after a referendum, which failed.
Right. Gotta love them referendums.
Oh, you do.
That's one of the crowning achievement is the Australian people's ability to say, government wants something, fuck off.
That's right. And then the government takes no notice of us.
Yeah, and then they go and do it anyway. Yeah.
That's right.
So much like local government, for example.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know, the Vatican's got offices in the old Parliament House.
Yeah, that's where the embassy is. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And they shouldn't be there.
No.
But they're only there because of this treaty.
I think it's very fascinating, and again, like you said, looking at the show and, all the shit that we get told and, this versus that, but we're all in agreement on this UNIDROIT shit. China, Russia, Australia, America, we're all supposed to be at odds and ends and playing some sort of a game of chess. And, it's one of those comments I hear a lot of on, other podcasts and things being said around the trap that, Trump's playing this fourth and fifth dimensional game of chess, but it seems to be a very willing game of chess.
Well, it's forced because UNIDROIT controls the hand that writes the law in each one of those states. And when you control that hand, you've got the parliament attached to your strings. These are the puppeteers. These are the people that control the world. And it's not the United Nations. The United Nations is just the propaganda
reincarnation.
The
Just to answer the question at the same time, United Nations, I think it was Mark said he wasn't the UN originally, the League of Nations. Well, the League of Nations, yes, was the failed thing, and the UN was basically the necromancers coming in to bring it back to life.
That's right. And these people there, they draft the laws for local government, they draft the laws for transportation, for banking, for civil procedure, for pretty much everything. Everything. And that's when you've got that. And here in Australia, that was the 20th of March 1973 with Whitlam. That's the Attorney General that signed up. Now, in that treaty, there is a get out of the treaty clause. So that's all we need to do as the people. Once we become aware of this treaty and its influence, we then say to our politicians and we say to our government, right, fill out that get out of UNIDROIT article, and in the prescribed time, we're out. And we are back to being a self-governing country. That's the only way to do it. You got to get rid of the elephant in the room. And people just don't know it's there. You go on to podcasts, you go on, anywhere in the world, you won't hear this. No one's talking about UNIDROIT. No one. It's just like, wow. Now I know this is the world's best kept secret. This is how the oligarchs control us.
No one except RFK Jr. wearing a Darryl O'Brian mask.
Yeah, well, that one. But it's the most powerful tool they utilise to control all of our member nations and get them to do exactly as is prescribed. You read the articles on that website and you will see where they first drafted the laws on digital currency, on hate speech, on all of these different things that are now starting to affect us through our parliament. This is where it all comes. This is the hub. You go to the hub and you knock that out and the wheel falls apart.
And there they are with the G20. UNIDROIT participates in first G20 culture working groups webinar under South African presidency.
Yeah.
Fifth session of the UNIDROIT working group on international investment contracts, which is interesting because that kind of, in a roundabout way, comes back to the future funds that was mentioned in this piece of legislation here that we were talking about, section 10, however, the High Court and the Future Fund Board of Guardians, and we go over to the Future Board Fund, not that one, the Future Fund is Australia's sovereign wealth fund. I thought the Commonwealth Bank was supposed to be that, but apparently not anymore. I guess since they're privatised, it's no longer relevant. We invest for the benefit of future generations of Australians. Well, that's very kind of them. When do we get to see some of that benefit would be my first question.
No, not
we
your
were.
generation, future generations.
Oh, that's right. So okay, so the kids might be okay, perhaps grandchildren more likely. We were established in 2006, so I guess we can't expect too many great things in close to 20 years to strengthen Australian government's long-term financial position. Wow, you can strengthen it? It's pretty fucking weak. Only need a couple of matchsticks to prop this one up, wouldn't you? Every dollar that we make is a dollar that adds to Australia's wealth and contributes to its future. Interesting stuff.
It is fascinating when you see, and this is where the smart cities come from.
Yeah. I like the way it's also separated, though. On behalf of the government, we invest assets of 7 special purpose public aspect funds: the Future Fund itself, Medical Research Fund, because that's working out well for us, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Future Fund, because nothing like a bit of racial division to keep us all united, Future Drought Fund. Is that why it's been raining so much here in North Queensland? Because we had a drought. Guess these guys sorted their shit out. Disaster Ready Fund. Okay, they dropped the ball because we've had turds floating down Nathan Street here in North Queensland while we had a bit of a rain disaster. The sewage was overflowing, but it's okay. I'm pretty confident that our Townsville City Council has pumped a shitload of money into renewable energy rather than fixing the sewers. And the Disability Care Australia Fund, I guess we've got to fund the NDIS somehow, as that's blowing right out of proportion. And the Housing Future Fund. Shit, do we need some of that right now? Because there's a hell of a lot of people living in tents. Wow, there's so many jokes to be made here and so little time.
Oh, mate, this is where it's at. And people got to be aware. Once you're aware, then you give them a target, then they're going to start practicing to shoot that target. And we've got to look into it more. We've got to realise how much influence UNIDROIT's been placing on us here in Australia since 1973. And it was a reinvention of the whole system. And this was the very first thing that Whitlam did. Was UNIDROIT first, then he created the Queen of Australia through the Royal Styles and Titles Act. Then he took away the word Commonwealth through the Statute Law Revision Act. So they had to start somewhere. And then in 1979, they reinvented the High Court.
Hang on. Reinvented the High Court. How does one do that?
Well, the High Court was predominantly under the Judiciary Act since 1903, and it was, of course, defined in the Constitution, but the Judiciary Act was where your High Court powers and everything were drafted. So then they decided, oh, hang on, we're going to have another High Court. So they created the High Court of Australia Act 1979. Okay, so they had to reinvent everything. And this is what we're now looking at and going back over and going, hang on, something's wrong here. Yeah, because, like the first thing that alerted me and got me walking down this path was the Mollica versus Chapman case in the High Court relating to the Australian Taxation Office and how that's not a legal entity. And you sort of go, well, hang on, what happened? Because they didn't gazette it. Well, why didn't they gazette it? Yeah, because they were reinventing Australia at that time. And they then reinvented the Parliament, and they called it the Parliament of Australia, not the Parliament of the Commonwealth or the Parliament. So they had to set up the colour of law. They had to set up a mirror image. And now that
there's a hell of a lot of that, particularly pertaining to Gough Whitlam, where he went through and repealed so much of, in the Commonwealth of Australia and replaced it with, Australian government and various other defamations, I guess, of our law.
That's right. And some High Court justices were reporting on this in the law reports, and it was like, well, it's just falling on deaf ears. People didn't understand because the propaganda machine that was around at the time of Whitlam coming into power was basically, it's time for a change. They were telling you.
Yeah. Just not a good one.
Not a good one. So the change were not being cut away. They were actually being attached. And now we're pretty much chained right down, and we're looking for someone to blame, and we're looking for a way out. But unfortunately, we, like Darren and myself have been out there going all over the country and trying to say this to the people and say, listen, there is a way out. Don't just give up and storm off. You know, when you do something, do it constructively. And what we try to really instill is knowledge of this. Don't just try and hand it on to somebody else to do, because this is where we've lost the plot. You know, we've really got to pick it up ourselves. We can't, like I said earlier, we can't point at someone else and say it's their fault, because three fingers are pointing back at you. So we've got to do it. We've got to stand up. We've got to do our own little bit. You know, and even if that means looking at, you know, booking a meeting with your local member, especially now at election time, now's the time to make these people aware and say, hey, listen, are you aware of this treaty? Are you aware of the influences this is really playing? Because if you get into Parliament, and if you're lucky enough to get into the Senate and you start talking to your fellow senators, hey, guess what? Under the Constitution, you can actually form a High Court of Parliament. And you can start making these inquiries public relating to these influences like UNIDROIT, and saying, we've had a gutful, you know, either we govern this country or we're going to allow these foreigners to do it. And these foreigners have been coming in and raping and pillaging our national resources, and we're all left going, and we're paying the bill for that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's
bad enough they take it, but we got to pay for it on top of that.
Yeah, we're actually paying a penalty for being bloody well ignorant and stupid and concentrating too much on our football, meat pies and Holden cars. Well, now's the time. We have another opportunity to call them out. And like the media have been reporting, you know, the primary vote for Labor was down to 30% or 32% at the last election. It's slipping away. People are starting to wake up. They're starting. They're looking at podcasts like yours. They're turning off the idiot box, and they're going, hang on, there's some really good information out here. We need to know this stuff, and we need to be able to get my neighbour involved and say, yeah, listen, we've suffered really badly through COVID, and it's caused a lot of people to sit up and go, shit, you know, Auntie Jill just carked it because she took this jab, and the system's trying to cover the whole thing up. So what are we going to do about that now? Because the next step, they're going to turn our kids into a bunch of bloody robots. You know, let's hook them up to AI, because then we can control the population. You know, I mean, have a look at what's happening in China. You know, China and we're only going off statistics that, especially one of the statistics that really caught people's eye was.
Can I just interject there quickly? My back teeth are floating. I don't know about you. I reckon a quick little intermission, and then we'll come back to this if that's all right.
Yeah, it sounds good, bud.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly play a song by Fine Art Dealer, and Darren might remember, you know, this band from back in the days, hanging out in the old Bayswater at Strawny Sound Studio. So I'm going to chuck this song on because I think it's pretty relevant to the kind of content we talk about, and I'm sure some of you have seen it before, but this will give us all an opportunity to quickly go and refresh ourselves, powder our cheeks, powder our noses perhaps, and just refill a drink and unfill the result of various other drinks beforehand. So we'll be back in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Thanks, guys.
Shout JFK, who farms the world?
There you go. A bit of fine art, dealer. A film clip I knocked up while we were all in lockdown. Gave me something to do. What did you think, Darryl?
That was good, mate. No, that was good.
So sorry, I interrupted your what you were saying there. It was necessary, man. Like it was getting painful.
No, that's fair enough, bud. You got to, we've got these
human restrictions.
Human restrictions, yeah.
Yeah, the problem with the corporeal existence,
mate. That's what it is like being human, mate. That's just it.
Yes, yeah. I'm looking forward to returning to an energetic state.
Yeah, that's the rumor. We'll get there eventually, they reckon.
That's it. Apparently, we'll see what happens.
See what happens.
I've heard tell of apparently some souls actually chose to come here from an energetic state. I just can't fathom why you'd do that myself. Sometimes I wonder, did I do that to myself? I don't know. What the I look forward to getting to the end to find out what the fuck motivated me to do it if I did. It's all questions, speculation at this point, but
must be pretty good because no one's come back to say whether it's good, bad, or otherwise.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Got to look at the bright side.
Yeah, definitely. Apparently, they don't let you out of the fiery side, though. So.
Well, that's the rumor. But no one's come back and said, "Hey, don't do bad things," okay?
Yeah. Where did these stories come from? It's kind of like the Goonies, they're talking about, well, hang on, but if you killed all these pirate mates, how did the story get out? Oh, someone must have, otherwise the story wouldn't have got out. So
anyway. We just battle on. The sun comes up, we go through another day.
Mm-hmm.
And we just keep going until we drop.
From Horus to Set.
That's right.
All right. So where were we?
Well, UNIDROIT.
That's it.
Yeah, UNIDROIT. But
you realize the membership of UNIDROIT comes at a cost, Mark.
Ah, that's right. We have it. We should bring it back to Constitution Watch, which I do have here right there. I'll bring that one right up here. So some more of Darren's great work over here at Constitution Watch, and I believe that you guys will be starting up a Constitution podcast at some stage.
Yeah, we're just waiting on RFK to get out of my voice box.
Oh, okay, righto. Surely he hasn't patented that vocal sample by now and tried to sue you or something. Yeah.
Well, that'd be a positive thing, wouldn't
it? Especially if he could find a way to remove it. So Australia's UNIDROIT contributions, another freedom of information request that you put forth, Darren.
Yep.
So walk us through this one, mate.
Well, it's an FOI from 2017, and it's asking for the documents that provide the details of the annual contributions the Commonwealth of Australia makes to fund the UNIDROIT Institute, fixed by the General Assembly, or any extra budgetary contributions made to fund specific projects or activities. Notifications by way of documents, the names, numbers of the laws in Australia, its states and territories that have direct or indirect involvement with the UNIDROIT Institute, and any current Commonwealth or state laws. So there was a bit of consultation that went back and forward with this, and they said, look, it's too voluminous. Can you give us a date range? So I gave them from 65 to 75, 82 to 90, 95 to 2003, and then 2010 to today. And this is back in 2017. So they worked it all out, and it was $393.33.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just put the 33.3 recurring in there just to fuck with you.
keep on going a bit. Keep on going a bit. They change it.
What? Hang on. I've got some sort of a strange hissing sound there.
Yeah.
Sounded like a fucking mattress being let down.
That's the air coming out of RFK's mask.
Ah, there we go.
Darth Vader's mask.
So keep on going.
Yep.
It actually might be in the next. I think it's in the next FOI. So there's the processing costs for everything. Look, $333.33.
$3.93. Wow, that's a number that Tesla would be proud of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was somehow and so there was a deposit. I went to the Community Law Resource Association, and I said, look, I've done this FOI, and they want some money for it. And I said, I don't really have $393 on me. And they said, we'll finance it. We have some money there. And and basically, so they funded this FOI, and I do believe I ended up getting about 100. Is it 87 pages or 187 pages, something like that? And they didn't give me the whole
page here in the second section. Is there a third? There's a third section, and you got a few sections. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's the information.
So that's the whole thing.
136. It's not the whole thing.
Oh,
they failed to give me the whole amount, and then I questioned them on it, and they just went silent. So I think they didn't want to give me the juicy bits. Right. Because I'll tell you what happened. They took longer than the prescribed time to issue the FOI. And the agency came back and said to me, we've gone beyond the prescribed time, so we can't actually charge you now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you got it for free?
Didn't get the deposit back.
Okay, so there was a minimal.
Yeah, it was $98.
Okay, so that's that $98 I seen earlier.
Yeah, that was the deposit.
And again, 33 cents.
Oh, yeah.
They love their 33, don't they? Wonder if that's got 33 degrees behind it.
Definitely.
Hey, that's the Attorney General's office, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go...
Oh, hang on, we lost Darren.
Where is he?
He's not here just yet. He's dropped out for whatever reason. Either a button click or perhaps a 33-degree masonry upset.
Infiltration. Yeah, that was the
anything's possible. Anything's possible. Actually, I should check. Is ASIO flying over my house again?
No, this time they'll send in the invisible soldiers.
Actually, funny you should say that. Hidden networks here. Queensland Police Surveillance Drone P3, as always, is here. But no ASIO drone. Maybe they got sick of me pointing out ASIO drone was flying over. I don't know. Got a bit smarter. They're using. Oh shit! We forgot to put the hidden network button in again. So, so anyway, are you familiar with what's going on with Darren's work here, or?
No, he did this back in 2017. So this was, I haven't looked over those documents for years.
All right, well, let's work with what you do know then while we wait for Darren to return.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, it's definitely it's a real thing. I challenged Professor Anne Toomey on this UNIDROIT treaty probably about 6 months ago on her YouTube channel. And she responded and said, well, no, UNIDROIT's only got to do with contract law. And then I just copied and pasted the purpose, which you read out earlier. And I said, no, it's more than that. This is law. This is law.
Yeah.
And it's the Attorney General. It's the Attorney General's department. It's not some intergovernmental committee that just sits back and, they send a few representatives in to talk to some politicians. No. This is a direct access into the heart of the system.
There he is.
There he is.
I don't know what happened.
Well, I was trying to see if it was ASIO flying over my house again, or hidden networks there again. But that could be anything, really.
That's funny. Isn't it funny? We start with that. And I was talking about, have a look at the Attorney General's phone number. I believe it's at the bottom of every page.
Yes, it is.
It's a very interesting phone number.
We'll just grab this page.
On the FOI. On the FOI.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think it's not in that one?
No, on the FOI. Let's open that up.
Oh, wow. 6,600.
Hold on. So it's 6141. So what's 1 plus 4 plus 1?
6.
6.
There you go. It's all fucking sixes, isn't it?
666. It's 2 lots of 666s.
Wow, there you go.
It's good to know who you're dealing with.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So this is the heart of this, guys. This is where it's not New World Order. It's not WEF. It's not any of these distractions they've put up. So anything
and
they
as
put
Anna
up,
said, it's not 333.
There it is. UNIDROIT. They're the people that run the whole show. The whole shit show. This is where it's at. And we can get out of it.
So what did you learn back in 2017 from the acquisition of these documents?
Well, the amounts of money that were being used from the Australian taxpayers to fund UNIDROIT, and it gets into who's contributing what. There's about 6 or 7 different statuses of contributions. I think we're in status number 3, and then it also shows all the payments that are going to and forth. And then there's budgetary reports from UNIDROIT in respect of what the money's being used for. And we're all just basically paying for them to exist.
Yeah. So is this all within the 136-page document? It says budget 2006, Rome.
Yeah. It's
December 2005. So it's from 2005, projection of 2006, obviously. And if it's anything like the way Australian, budgets work, there's a huge blowout, no doubt.
Yeah. So they only hold about 20 years worth of records. Apparently it's in the
they're starting with small numbers.
Now, one thing that I'll mention, if anybody's interested, on Constitution Watch, we've got some posts about the Australian Law Journal, and it's in the categories section, and there's a law journal there from 1973 that speaks of the basically the treaty agreements with the United Nations, the UNCITRAL treaty, the UN CITRAL treaty, and Australia's involvement in that. And if anyone's interested in bills of exchange and promissory notes, I would recommend they go and read that.
Okay. So that might be something to move to a little bit later, but where exactly is the amount of taxpayer money that Australia is donating?
You'll have to keep on scrolling. It gets into, it's in between every year. It was in between, I think it was €44,000 and then which equates to about, I don't know, 77,000 Australian dollars every year, and they're getting an amount from every country just to fund them. Now, I was driving home today and I was thinking, why don't I do an FOI and ask them, what do we receive for those contributions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are the documents?
Where's our value for money?
What are we receiving? What's the Australian taxpayer paying for?
That's right.
So show us why are we members? What is the benefit that we receive?
41,490 euros.
Yeah, so I think that's from 2006, and it increases, you know.
So we're a category 3 donor.
Exactly.
Whereas France, Germany, Japan, United Kingdom, and United States are category 1. And Canada, China, Russia, and Spain. Isn't that interesting? Russia and China are category 2 donors. Wow.
Yeah. So
looks like we'd be, chicken feed.
Everyone's in on it. This is the whole thing. Everyone, or not everyone, but the 65 donor nations.
Yeah.
And it's for the unification of private law.
And corporate law too.
Exactly.
Oh, commercial law, commercial law.
So I'd like to know. There's an app online that you can get, and I found this very interesting because I saw it and I went, oh, that's interesting. It's an AI tool for predominantly for school teachers and people like that, where they can run through students' work and see whether they generated it with AI or not.
Okay.
And so when I saw this, I went, oh, I know what to put into there. I want to see if us paying the legislator in Australia, are we getting our money's worth? So I started putting legislation into this particular platform, and it gives you a percentage of what's written by AI and what's written by the student, for example. 40% of this is the actual student's work, and 60% was AI. And so I started putting in legislation, and the smallest amount of AI that I could get was 97%.
Really?
Yeah. So
97% AI.
AI that's writing our legislation.
Now, but are we certain of that?
Right, and punch it in. You'll be shocked.
Wow.
But is that because AI would derive its information from those sources? So, like, I mean, if you're grabbing a government source, and I'm thinking completely like a computer program here, if the source information being the government website would be what the AI would say, would compare the student's work to. If you grab that government data and then say the student produced this, wouldn't it say, of course, this has come from AI because it's come from the source data?
Quite possibly. I think one thing that would be nice and interesting is if we could get some independence in the Parliament and see if we could follow Trump's direction to leave the United Nations. I think that would be the most interesting thing, because there's multiple countries that are doing it. There's Italy, there's the United States. I'm going off on a tangent here.
No, you're all right.
It
would be interesting to see, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'd also like to start comparing the information of this AI stuff. I mean, AI itself is pretty fresh, and then you've got another machine saying, well, we use AI to check AI. I'm kind of laughing because I understand how these programs work, but possibly not to the extent of someone like, say, Musk, for example, who resides within this. But computer programs always run through an algorithm. It's always the same thing. What was I looking at earlier? And I looked at it and I laughed. Oh, that's right. I got an email from Woolworths, for example, about the fucking what do you call it? Their little card thing, and I'm like, some people don't like it, some people do. I'm like, well, they give me something for it. You want what I buy, go for it. To me, it doesn't really make any difference if you're giving me something for it. It's the same as you go to Dan Murphy's and I buy a bottle of Bacardi, right? If I get a discount for telling you that, yeah, okay, I'm a member, I'll tell you I'm a member. But if I get no discount, I ain't telling you shit because there's nothing in it for me. You want my information, it's worth something, well, buy it. What's your offer? So I'm happy to do the Woolworths card, although some people might say, hey, look, it's spyware and all this shit. Yeah, I know it's spyware. Okay, cool. I don't give a shit because all it does to me is like, okay, you're grabbing my information and try and use it for advertising, but I don't give a shit about advertising. I see through it. So it's a waste of time for them, but I gain something. But that aside, they've sent me an email saying, oh, congratulations, it's your anniversary. You might not remember, but we do. But it didn't tell me how many years I'd been a member of this thing for, just that it's been an anniversary. It didn't give me a date or a time or anything. I'm like, the first thing I learned in computer programming was how to run that basic mathematical code, right? You signed up on this date. The date is currently this. Do the maths, produce. It's the first thing any computer programmer learns. Yet Woolworths couldn't do that. So when I look at a lot of this modern day stuff, I start to realize that a lot of people are forgetting the basics of these sorts of things. And I think a lot of the AI stuff is really fucking out hard on the fact that it's missing a lot of the basic concepts. They're so keen to get to the end, they're forgetting the beginning constructs, and watching AI develop is very amusing. One of the other things was brought to me recently, how to AI replicate people on a video level, so take a picture of Darren, which would probably be the easiest one out of the three of us here right now because he's got a plain background, so it'd be very easy to replace Darren with an AI generated version. We could actually bring RFK in here and you guys could have an interesting vocal harmony perhaps. But that would be a really interesting one to do. It seems to work a lot better with faces and heads and stuff, but as soon as you bring fingers into the scenario, you have a problem. It really struggles. There you go. There's a perfect example of it, and that's just again a basic AI algorithm trying to work around the lines of your hand because it's such a small field. Much like kids drawing around the hand. And again, it's a form. You're bringing the art world into the digital world and all these things. It all makes sense in my head, but to put it in words is another. And AI fucks out really bad in that regard. It's really easy to see. One of the projects I've been asked to do is, hey, I want to replace some dude playing guitar. I'm like, yeah, good luck.
Right.
I don't see that happening because they can't do it with a picture, let alone doing it with moving pictures, which is what we're dealing with in video.
But I've
gone completely off topic. How far off? Who knows?
Have you seen the AI song creator?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't looked into it though.
It's pretty good.
I feel like it's cheating. I think the best I've seen, there was a Trump and Elon fucking song, that just got out all freedom, and they had, Elon all muscular playing the drums and belting out, and fucking, Trump doing the same thing, all Arnold Schwarzenegger looking fucking shit, it's all AI generated. Interesting, but simplistic. I think it probably has great applications for Pop-Tarts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, basic stuff at the moment, but
it's very, very much an autistic child is what I would call AI at this point.
But I think it's developing very, very quickly.
Yes,
because more and more of us that use it empowers it, and that's where Elon was saying this could get out of control, and it's too late. It's too late. So we just got to sit back and watch, essentially, but we need to keep an eye on it in order to keep it confined so that we're the masters still and not it. And that's where we're at. We're at this early stage. but it's working for us at the moment as long as we keep a tight rein on it.
Mm. Well, I said it's scary stuff, but I guess it's the same, relevance to say the automobile versus, the horse rearing, horse and cart kind of people. Oh shit, they're running out of a business, there's still horses and carts and stuff. They're just not as many as there used to be, Oh shit, you built a bridge. What are we going to do with the old punt man? What's he going to do for a job? Well, amazingly fucking society survived. But that said, AI has a lot more of a danger to it than, simply building a bridge or building a car, because it could be the Terminator quite quickly.
But then there's actually a cartoon that was a big hit called Wall-E.
Yes. Yep. Love it. Great one.
I think that movie was telling us more of what the future is really going to be like. And I think that really put AI in its proper perspective, and it saw us as the lazy blobs that basically just sit all of our lives in front of a screen, and we've trashed the earth, and we've got these little robots running around picking up the rubbish.
And they can't keep up.
And it's like, wow, that could be the closest thing. Terminator's the sort of gung-ho, big, tough alpha male sort of thing, but I think the reality was Wall-E.
But the Terminator has its applications when you see, the development of robot cyberdogs with machine guns in their fucking heads. It's taking the Austin Powers scenario. I want sharks with laser beams on their fucking heads and putting it into a robot dog. It's scary stuff because they're actually creating that shit.
They are, yeah. And the drones, they got drone ships now.
Yeah.
The US have punched out these warships that are completely unmanned. And of course, they're cheap and they're quick to assemble and get out onto the ocean. And they've got the aircraft. I mean, it's getting to the Wall-E time where we'll just sit back in our rooms and conduct the war.
It was a really interesting one within the Star Wars TV series, and which was, I think it was The Mandalorian. Within the Mandalorian. And there's one particular episode there that kind of skews off the Mandalorian path and tells a quick side story in relation to an Imperial member who's being reconditioned in what the Simpsons people would call a re-education center, and those of us who are more Orwellian would understand as a re-education system in the Big Brother world. So he's being attempted to reintegrate into Republic society, and he's continuously being having his mental health reviewed by an AI robot. And the manner in which he has to respond, being he's not just your average run-of-the-mill sort of dude. He's a intellectual scientist who is a geneticist, I believe, was his main occupation. So he's not a dumbass, and you can just see having to deal with this AI thing that only takes positive and negative responses, then gauges them how far we're going this way or that way. He's gauging that and eventually sort of becoming more and more beat down that, okay, I have to respond this way, otherwise I get that treatment sort of scenario.
Yeah.
And it's just so typical of that kind of draconian world, I guess. In the Star Wars thing, they're trying to play it out as, oh, well, we're rehabilitating the Imperials, the bad guys, and bringing them in the peace, love, and happiness world. And you're seeing the guy get beat down. But then the system itself utilizes that in order to get him in the end too, which goes even darker again.
Yes. But
there is an inherent danger in absolute faith in such things.
Well, that's right. It falls back to worshipping it. We end up to a point where we worship it. And it's like we worship politics. Some people worship the party political system. You know, people worship the power of money on the stock market. We've got all these different distractions, and I think AI is becoming one of those distractions. And I think we need to really keep an eye on that, so that, because it's influencing all of us now, and it's going to get more and more and more and more. So, you know,
and it's on the stock market too, not only on the stock market itself, but in the Bitcoin world, or the cryptocurrency world would be a better terminology, because you can invest in AI, in cryptocurrency. You know, cryptocurrency fundamentally is investing into, you know, Web 3.0 and its various elements such as AI. So there's money to be made in its development. But one of those things that Klaus Schwab also stated was that he who controls AI controls the world, which is another very fucking scary concept unto itself, if that's what the World Economic Forum is thinking.
Well, isn't that one of the oligarchs of the private banking system said back at the beginning of the 20th century? You give me the banks, you give me the control of the money supply, and I care not who fights whatever war.
It's one of the Rothschilds, I believe.
Yeah, one of the Rothschilds, yeah. So, again, we're at this major intersection in our society with AI. And I think we're looking now at it's either a dim and dark future, or is it one that we take control of? I think we have the ability more now to take control of that, because we're all so hooked up to the internet. And I think that's where the control's not going to be so central anymore. It's going to be more spread out. You know, the way we utilize AI and use it in our day-to-day business, instead of trying to push it aside and reject it, you know, we should be connecting with it to a point where we control and get it to do exactly what we want it to do, just to make what we do easier. You know, instead of it saying, right, now it's time to go to work, or now it's time to do this, or now it's time to do that. No, we've got to say, no, I want you to do this, and I'm going to control you to tell me when to do these things, if that's what I want. You know? And including in that will be, I believe, our ability to create our own money.
Which we already had. Been doing it for thousands of fucking years. We don't need AI to do that.
But we need control through our internet connection to be the creditor, be the one that puts the zeros into our bank account, and so we can keep sustained. It's all part of sustainable development. You know, we can turn this shit show back in our favour. You know, we can control it, because let's face it, with the Reserve Bank currency system, there's a handful of people that get control of the numbering system in these bank accounts. And why can't we? And I think this is where gold and silver will fall away. You know, and it'll be
gold and silver going through the fucking roof right now.
I know, but that's a sign that it's about to collapse. It's getting to a point where it's peaking, and it's about to just go crash, because it's too much effort to go and get that gold. You know, you've got to damage the environment to extract the gold out, and the silver, where we can just do it on a keyboard, and that's what the crypto is about.
But isn't that one of the elements that they're talking about, the value of gold and silver, that they've inflated, twisted, turned, manipulated it to the point where we don't actually know what the true price of gold is? And I was talking to Senator Rennick, a week and a half ago, and he was basically saying that he asked, you know, for the government and the Perth Mint and various other organizations, show me the gold. I want to see the receipts. I want to see what's going on. And they basically turned to him and said, you're just the government.
That's right.
The banks are calling the shots here. You don't get to say. I'm not giving you that information because I like my job.
And this is what, for instance, Culleton's exposing right now, is where the banks have dropped the ball.
Yeah.
This is where We know the banking system's corrupt. We know that our system of government is corrupt. Do we get it to the point where we just go, okay, we got this cryptocurrency system. Can we reinvent that to the point where we can create our own currency and have that give it some sort of value just through the fact that we're capable of doing that online, have some sort of signature so that when no one suffers anymore as far as, I haven't got enough money to pay this bill. Well, aren't we the only creature on the planet that pays money to stay here?
I agree.
And electricity, where does electricity come from? Well,
where do we balance out because we're moving into that socialist, communist, idealist idea, and I think it's wonderful. I'm a big fan of Star Trek and the idea of having no money and people just working for the sake of the benefit of mankind. I think it's a wonderful idea. Unfortunately, we're chained to this fucking beast called banks and fucking legislatures and fucking all this other economic turmoil that goes with it. Because at the end of the day, I guess one of the big things we've also looked at here today is justice comes at a price, which is where Michael unfortunately left us. If you haven't got the money, you can't get the justice, especially if you don't have the knowledge. And, when you're an artist, Michael's an artist, I'm predominantly an artist, and I've been forced to learn all this stuff. And thanks to both yourself and Darren for teaching us all this sort of stuff. But when do you get to be you when you got to learn all that sort of shit on the side to defend yourself from this crap? I don't know. And I've seen so many comments pouring through today. Where is the answer? What is the solution? Everybody just wants to fucking right. Can we just stamp that as done and fucking move on with our lives? How do we get out of this shithole?
I think by becoming aware of what we're talking about and seeing it and touching it for ourselves, and then going, hey, listen, this whole system of money, for instance, has just been one big scam. And it's time to call that out, put it in its place, learn from it, and then move forward. Don't just keep saying, oh, it'll never happen. No, it'll happen because you're saying it'll never happen. We're going to move forward, and we're going to move to that Star Trek scenario because people live and die because they don't have that money and they can't get what they need to get to express themselves where we are now. We're born into this world with certain desires and needs, and a lot of us can't fulfill that because we have to satisfy the man. It's like, well, hang on, do we really? And what does it actually take to be in this world? Oh, look, those guys that just print that money, let's look at it in detail. And this is what the Bible told us 2,000 years ago. Give back to Caesar what's rendered from Caesar. Give it back. What does the law tell us here in Australia? Oh, for the payment of debt, you got to offset it with gold and silver. Well, gee, that's a lot of effort to get that out of the ground, and it's controlled, and it's we can see the price of it's out of reach. So, okay, what's the next step? Well, let's just create it for ourselves.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
You were speaking of Senator Rennick.
Yes.
I've just put a link in the private chat. It's a very short video there that maybe your listeners would like to, or viewers would like to be privy to. In the private chat on StreamYard.
Got it. I'm bringing it up now.
Have a look at this video. It's most interesting. I was actually present. It was in Perth. And I got invited to an evening with Senator Rennick and a particular young lady named Dawn Kelly got up and asked a question during question time.
Just trying to get the bloody thing to run at the moment. Let me try a different browser. So dawnkelly.com.au is our website. Rennick couldn't give a rat's pajamas about the Constitution.
There's a video there. Play that video.
I am trying. It does. Okay.
What's the issue?
Different. Wow, it oh, hang on. The Great Seal of the Commonwealth is missing. Hang on. Just trying to. Oh, yep. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can get this to work. All right. The first test will be.
It's clearly past a particular time of the night. There we go.
I've got it. It's just, will it work this way? So let me know if you can hear this. So you can hear that music?
No, we can't. No.
Let's try this. How's that?
Yes.
It's the one. It says focusing on freedom. Hey, this is it.
So many politicians in Parliament are lawyers. Why are they then ignoring that all laws require royal assent? And why has the Crown been removed from our law since 1973?
Do not give a rat's pajamas about the Crown and the 1963 change to the Constitution.
Well, you should, mate.
Well, I don't.
You should.
Well, that's your opinion.
It's not an opinion, it's a fact of the law.
Thank you. That's your statement, and you're entitled to that. But I'm concerned about the delivery of hospitals and schools.
What about the Republic? Do you want Australia to become a republic?
I don't care about the Republic.
Yeah, okay,
because I'll tell you why. When the Chinese march up the beach, okay, they're not going to care about whether or not we've got a crown on the Constitution or not.
That's an interesting one because actually it's something I think the next time I come across a senator I'll have to ask him about, because it quite often says when the Chinese come marching up the beach. I've actually got him saying that a few times. I think just about every time I've had the senator here in Townsville, which is 4 times now, he's brought mention to the Chinese marching up the beach, which makes me wonder, are we at a greater threat than we realise?
Oh, 100%. And we saw it, a month or so ago when China surrounded our east coast.
Yeah.
What did Australia do? What did we do?
Fuck all. We did some ridiculous,
I don't know if we even did that.
Elbow covered for them, and if anything, we kind of paved the way. Maybe perhaps rolled the red carpet out.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we did that much. What you're saying, I think it was less than what you're saying.
Oh, less than fuck all.
Yeah, it was the pilots in a Virgin's airline flight to New Zealand that alerted our people to what was going on. It's like, really? So Virgin's our eye in the sky.
Yeah. Sorry,
Speaking of the Pacific Ocean, I've had to laugh at all the Norfolk Island fans with the definition of Norfolk Island, and they're saying that the tariffs are 23% because that's where Australia's laundering their money through, and it's to impose 23% tariffs on the money that's being laundered through Norfolk Island. And it just makes me laugh how these people just don't understand what a tariff is for a start.
Yes, definitely. That's a big one at the moment. Like my response straight away when people jump up and down about the tariffs is like, well, if we never got rid of our tariffs, we wouldn't have destroyed our fucking country. And the same would have been said for a great many countries, much like America. They wouldn't have lost their industries just like we lost ours. My old man lost his fucking job as a result of this fucking tariff reduction bullshit, this supposed free trade shit that worked for everybody but Australia and the free world.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's there's a lot of commentators on social media saying that it's got something to do with Australia laundering money through. That's why
I
he's put
haven't
the
seen
three.
that one, to be honest. That's
It's
news
quite
to me.
quite funny, and and tariffs clearly are a tax on the export of goods into a country, and they do not affect international money transactions. Just I just had to clear that up because I've been here. Heaps of people have been sending it to me, and there's a couple of people online that I don't think they understand what a tariff is and what it actually affects.
I looked it up on X through their Grok AI probably a month or so, and I found of all the AIs that I fucked around with that X and its Grok seem to be the one I have to educate the least. Because 9 times out of 10, when I'm going into AI, it's to test how smart it is. What does it know? And a lot of the time I find I have to specifically guide it to information because it seems to miss a lot of things. Even when I specifically cite a website and say, analyze this website, look for this, it'll miss shit. And I still have to go back on this page. It says this. Oh, sorry, you were right and I was fucking wrong. It's amazing how often that happens with AI. But that aside, I asked it, well, what are the benefits of tariffs? How much did that work in our favor in the past, and various other questions? And to paraphrase the whole scenario, it basically came out and said, well, it used to be a very lucrative tax for a lot of governments, and as a result of that tariff tax, there was less tax imposed on the general public through such things as, your GSTs and income taxes and all these sorts of things. Tariffs did hold a bit for that. But it turns out for governments, tariffs don't earn as much money for the government as taxing the fuck out of its own people. Wonder why they fucking changed the system.
Exactly. There is the, of course, the continuing saga of multinational corporations not paying any tax and paying tax offshore to places like Ireland, where I think the tax rate's like 12 or 13%. So they'll open an office up in wherever it happens to be. Ireland's one of the places, I believe, and then there's a few other little islands around that have quite small tax thresholds that need to be paid. So they have an office. They open an office up in that location, and they make that their head office. So now they pay all their tax in that particular country or location, island, wherever it happens to be, and they save themselves 20 or 30% on tax.
Yeah, good old offshore tax dodge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And that used to there was a bit of a dodgy a tax dodge through Norfolk Island many years ago, but the ATO closed all that up actually.
So do you think what people are saying online at the moment is perhaps an echo of the past?
Oh, it is. It's definitely an echo of the past, 100%.
Yeah.
And you can go. I'm sure there's literature on it. I've read it in respect of there was there was some huge amount of companies that all had head offices on Norfolk Island, and I think it was in the 90s. They basically closed those tax haven loopholes. And now, you know why there was a loophole? Because Commonwealth law didn't apply on Norfolk Island.
It was New South Wales.
Yeah, and if you go and have a look, I think it's the Norfolk Island Enabling Act of 1913. I think it's around section 7, 8, or 9, somewhere around there, maybe 10. It says Commonwealth law does not apply on Norfolk Island.
Wow.
So,
But isn't there something saying where people are saying that Australia really is Norfolk Island and all this sort of stuff, and there's some subterfuge going on with wording?
Yeah, that's people who have cherry picked the Acts Interpretation Act. They've just they've cherry picked the definition of Australia, which is Australia, when used in a geographical sense, includes Norfolk Island, Copos Island, and Keeling Island, is what it actually says.
Right.
And they're saying that, and it's interesting. So they're saying Australia is Norfolk Island, and they're forgetting the one important thing in that definition. It says when used in a geographical sense, not in a political sense.
Okay.
So in respect of the land, not the government. So not in respect of, not in a political sense or a financial sense or any other sense, except for geographical.
Yeah.
So what's the relevance of it being geographical then?
It encapsulates.
So what they've
it's
done,
a part of.
Yeah, it absorbs those islands as well as what we have here in Australia.
So it's not saying that it is specifically Australia. It's
it's just
Australia and the islands.
Yeah,
are all one.
Yeah.
It's saying when you define Australia in a geographical sense, it includes these external territories.
Yeah.
Okay, and they include that. So they're basically saying that Australia is there's a doctrine. There's an old maxim, inclusio, exclusio, alterius, and it's interesting. I've actually got a post on it, and I'll just read
something again.
Yeah, you might not be. Are you subscribed?
I was.
Okay.
I probably should be a little bit.
We might have to sort something out there for you.
Sign up again.
So expressio unius exclusio alterius is the legal maxim.
Are you able to share screen at your end? Is there something down the bottom?
Yeah, I can do that if you.
Do that, because that cuts out the middleman.
Present. Share screen. Okay. Sorry, I'm just having to. It's going.
Figure out which screen, because you got a whole shitload open, much like I do.
To reopen.
Oh, we lost Darren. He hit the wrong button.
He'll be back in a minute.
ASIO again. Quick, check the fucking Wi-Fi.
Mate, no.
His network disappeared. Anyway. So we were having a bit of a yarn about Trump earlier, which I thought was interesting. And, one of the things I heard, here he is. He's back.
Okay. It's, I'm not sure if I can, because these, when I say share screen, select tabs. There's no tabs there. Oh, here we go.
Yeah. I usually just open it in a new window. That way it's just one window for each thing.
Okay.
All right. You've just shared the screen with us on it.
Okay.
So if I share, that's what you're sharing.
Right. So you get to present.
So now we've got that, whole cascading fucking.
Right.
So you got to select the right window that you got to open.
Yeah.
It's a bit hard because it usually shows it in a very small window with small windows again.
And here it is. Okay, I've got it. Okay. So if you want to go through this, so expressio unius exclusio alterius, this is what it means. It is generally used as a canon of construction of statutes or of other legal documents, indicating that the express inclusion of one or more things of a particular type necessarily implies an intention to exclude others of that type. So the particular type of thing in that definition are external territories. And as external territories are the particular thing referenced, then the maxim implies it should be an intention to exclude all other territories and not Australia.
Right.
But if you go through this it basically shows the definition. There it is. Australia means the Commonwealth of Australia, and when used in a geographical sense, includes Norfolk Island, the territory of Christmas Island, the territory of Cocos Islands, but does not include any other external territory. Now, it's interesting because they've just plucked that out and they're not reading it within the rest of the Act. And the rest of the Act says this in 15AA, in interpreting a provision of an Act, so the definition, the interpretation that would best achieve the purpose or object of the Act is to be preferred to each other interpretation. So the one that would achieve the meaning, not some wacky idea that, you know, Russia is China or Norfolk Island is Australia. So, and then also here, 15AB, use of extrinsic.
Just because we're all a part of UNIDROIT doesn't mean Russia is Australia or America.
Yeah, I know. And then you have to consider section 15AB, the use of extrinsic material in interpreting the Act. And it provides a list of things that you can use. And it's all the things, you know, the Acts of Parliament and the anything printed by the government printer, etc., etc. Now, 15B, this is the real telling one. It's application of acts in coastal seas. So it talks about the coastal seas of Australia. And it says an act is taken to have an effect and in relation to the coastal seas of Australia as if the coastal sea were part of Australia. Now, if you go down
so the water itself is a part of Australia, not just the islands.
Yeah, and now it's talking about the coastal seas of external territories.
And I guess, you know, and just to elaborate on that, because there's, you know, a few things I see, particularly in movies, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean is another great example of these things. But I've seen it even in Marvel's Mobius recently. And I think Green Arrows are comic books going back to I think someone in the 60s or 70s, you know, international waters, which are, you know, outside of, you know, country jurisdiction, you know, not just getting outside of the country, but getting outside of the waters and into international waters where you can do whatever the fuck you like, apparently.
That's
and
right.
Here's all the case law on it as well. You know, the Australian High Court and the English House of Lords have both made very strong statements against interfering with the plain and ordinary meaning of statutory provisions. Both courts, however, have left a door open to enable the judge to find solutions where totally irrational and anomalous results will defeat the statute and the perceived intention of Parliament. So once again, like it says in, I think it's 15AA, it's the ordinary meaning of the words that is taken to be the best meaning, not some wacky interpretation. So,
but I find this interesting. Both courts, however, have left a door open to enable the judge to find solutions where totally irrational and anomalous results will defeat the statute. Hang on.
People have been trying to use this in courts, in the Australian courts, and applying that which is included, that which is not included is excluded. Someone did it in a Road Safety Act case in Melbourne. I'll have to dig out the case law, and it's exactly this. This person's running it because of this argument with Australia is Norfolk Island, and there was an interpretation in the Road Safety Act in regards to things that were included, and he was saying, no, well, that, you know, this isn't included, and he was running the same argument, and the judge said, no, it's the ordinary meaning. You're on some wacky interpretation trip there. And so, you know, there's anyway. You know, it's one of those things where
It's almost suggesting that the courts have made a few mistakes here that have left a door open for people to misinterpret what things are.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I totally agree. You know, once again, you know, over the last 100, more than 100 years, 120, 150 years, there's been a shift to simplify legislation so the common man can read it. Okay. And some people would go, I find that hard to believe. But what they're talking about is the meanings of words. Because I know a lot of people just go, oh, it's all legalese. I don't understand it. Well, it's not all legalese. All the words in an act are all used. The application of their use is the ordinary dictionary meaning, unless that word is defined in the act. So you can go to any act and you'll see probably around about section 3 or 4, there'll be a provision that is entitled definitions.
Yeah, and this word means this.
Yeah, it will say for the purposes of this act, these words are defined as this. So it's not the ordinary dictionary meaning, but all the other words in the act are definitely the ordinary dictionary meaning. It's just those ones that are defined in the act that are the legalese, and they can mean something different than, you know, the ordinary dictionary meaning.
Well, even when looking up a word in the dictionary meaning, there's various applications, you know. In some instances, you know, there's things as verbs and nouns, but there's also things that come into the scientific vernacular as well as the legal. So, you know, even when looking up your standard word, particularly more complex words one's never heard, and I find it quite often in some of the stuff that I read, you know, I've got to go and find what the fuck is this word, that it has a multitude of meanings, and it becomes then the onus, I guess, on those reading it, you know, to try and figure out what is the writer trying to say with such a wide array of various meanings. And something to that effect in the legalese, so to speak, has actually narrowed the parameter so that you don't have to fuck around too much.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no point. This is the thing. You've got to look at an act and say, well, what's the intention of the legislator here? Is he trying to tell me that Australia is Norfolk Island? Or is he just trying to tell me that in a geographical sense, when we talk about land, Australia includes the external territories? So which is it? Is he which would be taken to be the ordinary meaning?
Well, I guess we would like to think, you know, and again, without being the paranoid conspiracy theorist, you know, just looking at it for the common man vernacular, would be that it's part of Australia, not that it is Australia. You know, I mean, obviously, there's a great deal of subterfuge going on, and I think that's, and I've had this conversation so much with many people, you know, is that so many people are just, particularly those of the new, but even those of the old school fucking something's not right here crowd, you know, are so deep in the conspiracy construct that everything looks like the fucking enemy. Even when you're looking at something that's simple and straightforward, well, this is an empty bottle, you know, but is it empty? Like, did he show it to me at the right angle? I didn't see any liquid moving, or, you know, the fact there was just a little bit slushing in the bottom. There you go. All you paranoid people, you can relax. It's empty, you know. But is it empty? There's a little bit slushing in the bottom, you know. At what point do we start just accepting that things are done? You know, like, I think some people are taking things way too far. They've dived down the rabbit hole so fucking far now that they can't see the light anymore. You know, all they see is darkness.
Yeah,
and again, I was also about to bring in with Darryl was the idea of I always look at what David Icke's got to say, you know, regardless of how far down the rabbit hole and the lack of light he sees. You know, he does hit some nails on the head. But at the moment, he's like completely in his usual motion of, well, you know, Trump's evil. Everybody's evil. You can't trust anybody. Is that the fact? Is that the truth, or is it just because that's where he's always at? He's so distrustful. He's always been distrustful to that point that he can't see anything left, that there is no trust left. Is that the case? I don't know. I'm not David Icke, and I'm not professing to say he's right or wrong. But again, you know, you see this so often with so many people that they just instantly go for everything must be the worst because that's all we know now.
Yeah, and that's a problem. And we need to, like what was highlighted at the beginning of our conversation regarding Norfolk Island, and that was the geographical location. So, okay, what is the Commonwealth? Let's have a look at the Constitution, the preamble, whereas the people. It's not the geographical location.
No.
It's about the people.
But
where is the people of Norfolk Island, the people of those other islands? Where does it say that in statute are part of the Commonwealth of Australia and the people here? Because they just talk about geographical, and this is with the Australia Act as well. You know, they talk about the geographical, not the people, like the Commonwealth Constitution talks about.
Exactly.
And this is the distraction. So you bring them back to the centre, and you say, okay, where, you know, does that have any reference to the people? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a smoke and mirrors. Come on, let's get back to the central point, you know.
And that's one thing that people need to grasp is in Clause 6 of the Constitution, the Commonwealth is actually defined.
Yes.
And it says the Commonwealth is the Commonwealth as established under this Act.
That's right.
And you have to ask yourself right now, is the Commonwealth as established under the Act? Is that where we're living? No, it's not. Okay. And this is why there's that meaning. And when they talk about the Commonwealth, they're talking about the sovereign body of people who form the body politic from the states.
That's right.
Okay. That's what the Commonwealth is.
Yeah.
But when you use the Commonwealth of Australia in a geographical sense, it includes these external territories.
Yeah. And that's where the distraction. It's a body politic, not it's a body politic, and they've turned it into a body corporate. And it's a geographical. What does body corporate have power over? Well, it's, you know, these units, you know, on this piece of land.
What it's designated, allowed to. So in the case of a body corporate, for those who are not quite familiar, for instance, a group of units of, say, 30 units, it has no bearing on the block of units next to it or the single dwelling house next to it. It's the body corporate of those 30 odd units.
And does it have power over the very people? Well, it's to a degree, but the people are supposed to control it. But the body corporate that's controlling our government system at the moment this is why it's so higgledy-piggledy, because it's trying to lift itself up from its bootstraps.
Yeah.
Can't do it because the corporation part of it says you can only do business on these terms. You can't force people. It's with consent. And this is where this whole system's falling apart. This is where the police are falling apart. They've dropped from the immunities and protections under the Crown, where they've got control over the people, to a shop. And they're forcing their services and business upon us.
Well, again, to continue the analogy of the 30 units in this particular block, it's almost as if in some cases, particularly with, say councils at the moment, that they seem to be wanting to go, well, we've got control over these 30 people. Can we convince these 30 units to control our neighbours?
But it's only that control only pertains to, listen, the gutter can be that colour and we've got to try and maintain the same sort of neat gardens, and if the drains block up, then we've all got to pitch in and fix it. That's all it relates to.
It doesn't mean the body corporate can come into the home and tell you what you can and can't do in the bedroom.
That's right. And this is where they're now encroaching, wearing from behind the corporate veil, and they're forcing their goods and services on us. And we're saying, what the hell are you doing? You're a corporation. You can't tell us what to do. We're the ones in control. And this is why they're forcing the AI system in, trying to bring that in to control us so that we can do what the corporation wants to do. Dumb us down.
Well, that's why we need AI, because it's too much for them to deal with, particularly when, you know, so many people are, you know, well, and I guess this is where I kind of wanted to go with the FOI thing, you know, how many of us could turn and go, FOI, this is me and my account. Can the E-Karren please, you know, identify whether I've been, what documents do you have? So what did we write? So, you know, I write to make the request on the Right for Information Act. I write Right for Information Act because that works in Queensland. For the following information from the E-Safety Commissioner, this applies to documents or otherwise information in possession of the E-Safety Commissioner relating to, in this case, North Queensland Freedom Network. Now, anybody could write that fundamentally in relevance to their own social media account, and how quickly would everything fall apart if absolutely everybody with a social media account who was a little bit paranoid about e-safety said, I want to know, has e-safety commissioner got some documents on me?
Yeah, keep it simple.
Is my screen sharing?
No.
Yeah, here it is. I've got to allow it though.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to point something out to the viewers. This is the Raw Styles and Titles Act. And it's interesting. I'll show you where they got rid of the Commonwealth. So it says, we're in accordance with the Raw Styles and Titles Act 1953, Her Majesty by proclamation, adopted as the Raw Styles and Titles Act. Now it says it here, to be used in relation to the Commonwealth of Australia and its territories. Okay. Now, if we go down to the second paragraph, it says, and whereas the Government of Australia considers it desirable to propose to Her Majesty a change in the form of the Royal Styles and Titles Act to be used in relation to Australia and its territories. So do you see the 1953 Act? Its application was to the Commonwealth of Australia and its territories, which is the Commonwealth, okay, the body politic. In the 73 Act, in the second paragraph, the new title, okay, is to be used in relation to Australia and its territories, a geographical location. And with the strike of a pen, with the strike of a legislative pen, they removed the Commonwealth.
Yep.
So the Commonwealth being the people and the geographical location being the landmass.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's where it's at.
Here we go. The treason gang's with us.
Now, the definition of treason last I checked was to go against the Crown, yeah?
Yeah, so it's funny. I went to a night the other night where there's a group of people who they put in a big affidavit about all these people that have been charged with treason. Dan Andrews, Julia Gillard. And so this has been happening since about 2004.
Yeah. And
so what they do is they go in on a traffic matter and they go, I'm here for my traffic matter, into the court. And they go, but you've got my 237-page affidavit because we have to talk about this before we even move on to my matter.
Yep.
And it's interesting because in most crimes acts, not in every crimes act, but in most of the crimes acts, what treason is the maiming, injuring, or killing of the sovereign. Okay,
albeit a king or a queen.
Of the queen, yeah, or killing or injuring the consort or the successor of the sovereign. And then I think in the Commonwealth, in the Crimes Act or the Criminal Code, it says it's also the violent and aggressive overthrow of the Commonwealth and assisting the enemy of the Commonwealth, whether you're at war with them or not. Okay, to overthrow.
Didn't we earlier discuss that it's okay to overthrow the government?
Well, there you go. So, and So they've been taking this into court, and I think the courts they've been having a bit of trouble with it because you've got to look at it and go, well, hold on, what's the charge? It's treason, and in the act, it says that basically the Queen or the King has to be injured, maimed, or killed,
Mm.
and you can see that they haven't been.
Yep, they're still
So
alive.
that doesn't qualify, and then the violent and aggressive overthrow of the Commonwealth. Well, it doesn't happen. I saw the news last night, and they were performing, they were passing acts and bills and debating things, and the Governor General was
Business as usual.
And yeah, so that's why this is where these things fall down, because their position is treason is breach of allegiance, and I agree, it is. It's breach of allegiance, but that's the dictionary meaning, and not the. See, this is where we have some legalese.
Dictionary and legalese, yep.
Yeah. So treason, you go and look at the dictionary, it says is breach of allegiance.
Yep.
But in the act, treason is killing the monarch.
Mm.
Okay. So that's where it sort of falls down. And and look, these people have been doing this since 2004.
Mm.
So
what is the correct term then when you're betraying the people? Like you have a duty of care. You have a job to do as your alleged representative of the people, and you neglected to do that. What is the correct term?
I suppose that's misfeasance of office.
Yeah, sedition.
Sedition, misfeasance of office.
Yeah. Malfeasance, misfeasance, but it's very difficult to prove because you have to prove that the person had the intent to do it.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's where the difficulty lies. So I remember there were papers
you
getting.
Can't just say, "Oh, well, it's negligence. You ignored my email. Fuck you. Let's remove this person from office. They didn't answer my email."
Yeah. Well,
what's happening?
I love it. Because there was a few years ago, there was some people who were delivering documents to the federal police, demanding that everyone in Parliament be arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might have been malfeasance or misfeasance of office type thing. And you have to prove a guilty mind. You have to show that person intended to do that thing, that harm. Yeah. And when you look at, if you use the vaccines as an example, when those ministers were getting up and going, oh, it's safe to take the jab and everything, did they know it wasn't safe?
That's the big one.
That's the big one, because I believe the world is a stage.
Yeah.
And these people are actors.
Mm-hmm.
They might not necessarily, not all the actors are privy to the script.
Definitely.
Most of them are just extras.
Yep.
Okay. Most
of them are, as Darryl was saying, lucky to get 80 on the IQ test.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Hey, who was it? Pauline Hanson. You raised that thing about Pauline Hanson, how she was in that case last year, the racial one. Did she say those things in Parliament?
No, she said it on social media.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a Twitter thing, and she replied to Farrakhan, and Farrakhan took her into the Human Rights Commission first, and Hanson didn't even appear. So then she took it out of the Human Rights Commission and put it into the federal court, and that's when it all fell apart. And the Attorney General dropped the ball.
Interesting.
Yeah, he dropped the ball. So there's malfeasance in public office just through his actions, especially when you're holding the role as the Attorney General. You know better. You know what the High Court's attitude is, and your job is to just say to the federal court, sorry, this has already been ruled on in 2004 and other cases. So, yeah, you can't rule against Hanson. But no, he didn't. And therefore, we got to say, okay, now we got some dirt on Dreyfus. You call him out. and then you expose all this. And you use the court system and the discovery system to get this information out on the public record, and then the grubby little Attorney General and those who have been doing the wrong thing just try and crawl away because they don't like us knowing this stuff, and they don't like us coming into the court, straight into the High Court and saying, hey, we want that declared as weapons grade bullshit like it is, and the federal court should have known better and the Attorney General should have known better.
I love that term, weapons grade bullshit. That is cool. Can I just leave you guys for one brief moment to run my show while I go and have a wee? I'll be back in a minute.
No worries.
We want a wee.
Exactly.
The royal we.
So, Darryl, now that we've usurped the host's show,
Wally's gone off to do the royal we.
What dirt have we got on Batty?
No, well, Batty's doing a top job, actually. I mean, I just hope he gets more and more listeners. We should have Heidi on here as well to really drive home the people power, and our knowledge with respect to what these politicians should be saying. These politicians should be listening to this sort of stuff and going, hey, wow, there's some really relevant information that's come out on this podcast. Why aren't my lawyers telling me this? And why is it that Rod Cullerton and Dr. Beverley have gone into the High Court of Australia and they're showing all these people up that should know better?
Yeah, exactly.
And the likes of Heidi with her application into the High Court for the Farrakhan case. This is where the power is. The power is in the knowledge that we're putting out through Batty's network and others to wake up the people out there, take them away from the treason gang and all these other gangs, and get them to focus on what the law says and use the court system and the like to call them out. Because, as I said 25 years ago when I started my community law resource group stuff, it's a matter of, I'll be happy when I can see the general public queuing up to get into our courts and hold our system accountable and the laws that they make accountable through the courts, and doing it themselves rather than relying on legal counsel, which forces the system then, especially the court system, to start communicating the way we're talking now, and not in legalese, but in a simple language, and say, okay, well, this is the law I'm challenging. Now, let's throw it under the bus where it belongs. That's when the change is going to really take place. That's what I wanted to see, and I think that's what we're getting to. But, it's a bit hard when people don't really want to do it. They want to hand it on to somebody else. It doesn't take much just to go in and sit down with your local member and sort these things out. This is what we did. I remember years ago when Kathy Panev and her husband, they were fighting off the claims by the Chinese Medicine Registration Board. And they just, we went up to the local parliamentary member and we said, hang on, we've had enough of this. We're in the courts. We need to get this sorted out. And we ended up, we won in the courts, and the Chinese Medicine Authority had to step back. And that was just the power of one person under a charge calling the system out. It has a lot of power when the average punter just gets out there and turns off the footy and, parks the car for a little while and puts the meat pie down and starts doing something for himself and his neighbour. And that's what we're doing. We're just asking people to step up to the plate. And we've now got a network of people who are knowledgeable on these points of law, and we got some alpha males out there as well. Rod Cullerton's one of those alpha males that'll stand and perform in a courtroom without fear.
Yep.
And that's what you want. You want these sort of people. You know, people are saying, oh, Trump, and the world's looking at Trump and saying, wow, there's an alpha male. There's someone that can really get in there. His language isn't perfect, but he's given it to the system. And I'm saying, well, like, yeah, we've got one here. And he was in our parliament and he was standing up and he was doing it in a real ochre sort of Aussie way. What better way? You know, we're Aussies. We understand what he was on about. And that's what we want. We want that sort of alpha male to step up and be the leader and call these grubby, you know, like the current Attorney General and these other ones that are playing a role at the moment, these E-Karren Commissioner, and these people, call them out, sort them out in no time. And that's when we can get back our country and we get behind these people. And, yeah, we're there. You know, like, Rod Carlton, Dawn Kelly over in Perth, and the representative that he's got here in Victoria. I only looked at the paperwork the other day. I don't remember his name. But these are the people we need. You know, this is it. I think
Speaking of Rod Cullerton, how about
thought I'd bring this image in of, you know, the ochre, you know, PM sort of thing that Simpsons brought forth, you know. You know, as much as they were taking the piss out of us and sort of making us look a bit rough, it's not actually that bad an image, is it?
I love it.
Love it. Right.
Wait, if only our politicians were that cool.
If only.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I don't know if you're interested, but you probably see I've got a screen waiting there, and I was wanting to, if you wanted to host this, I've actually got a copy of the Never Seen Before Gap documentary. And I was thinking that maybe I could play you 1 or 2 minutes of it just to give you an idea. And let's. My
concern is we might not get the audio, but let's give it a crack.
Let's see. You tell me if you get the audio.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
You get that?
Beautiful. Yeah.
I was brought up in the Upper Great Southern Narrogin in Western Australia, and I've always been a country boy and been around farms, rural agribusiness all my life. I've got one sister. She's still in Narrogin, and she took a career in the medical industry, and she's actually pretty much the head matron of the whole Upper Great Southern and Regional District, so she's done very well for herself. My father was a private wool buyer for many years. His father owned a farm. And my mother she was one of 5 sisters, came off a farm in Kojonup, which is also more so in the lower Great Southern. And, she was one of 5 sisters and they all worked on the farm. My parents have been very supportive and got that real country ethics and family commitment. I went to school at Narrogin Senior High School. My parents did try to drop me off to boarding school. The day they dropped me off was the day I left, and then they went to drop me off the very next day, and I left on that day as well. And then they found that they couldn't keep me there. I wanted to go back to the country and be with my friends and be with my family. I've always been very dedicated to Aussie rules footy, played in the waffle. Unfortunately, my career ended early through knee reconstructions. Footy was a big part of my life, certainly country footy. It was something that was well accepted right throughout the region and the community, local communities. Got into politics more so unintentionally would be the best way to describe it. I was witnessing things that I certainly acknowledged that we were all living in Australia, but what was being carried out was un-Australian. And it was that part of the being un-Australian that led me to politics in a sense, because I could see how certain members of the community were being treated by the big end of town. And I certainly after the global financial crisis, with the way farmers were being dispossessed of their properties, was certainly un-Australian. And it was through that I wrote terms and references to a Senate inquiry at the Novotel Wentworth in Sydney. Those submissions were accepted and I addressed a full bench there. And at that hearing, I was actually commended on the submissions. I was heavily cross-examined by senators, and in particular Senator Wacker-Williams from Inverell for the Nationals. And it was at that presentation or that Senate inquiry that Pauline Hanson approached me and said that I needed to run and be a senator for Western Australia and for the farmers. And I basically said to her, you could pay me $1 million and I wouldn't be a political tosser.
Let's leave it at that.
Wouldn't be a political tosser. No, that's very insightful. Even though we need images here and there, it's the film unfinished for Australia and Western Australia in this particular instance, the Great Australia Party. So how is the Great Australia Party going? Because like you guys are, been there, done that sort of thing as far as the Great Australia Party is going. What are we looking at here?
Well, we've just announced 4 people running in the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Dawn Kelly's one of them. Dr. William Bay.
Yep. He's jumped on the Great Australia. Awesome.
He certainly has. You'll have to get him on the show because he's the representative for Queensland.
Definitely want to, diversify. Senator Rennick has been the only one that's sort of been forthcoming so far. I'm not showing favoritism, just that he's been here. Anybody else is welcome.
So, and there's a Victorian representative as well, Fozzie, and he's actually a filmmaker. He had a lot to do with that documentary, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're basically getting on the campaign right now, and they're being very well received everywhere. There's a few things happening with the Australian Electoral Commission. Rod applied to the Australian Electoral Commission, and they once again are going after him because they say that he's a bankrupt.
Still playing that tired old card that never got proven.
They're still doing it, yes. And Rod's had legal advice. He's in the federal court at the moment fighting the claim. The federal court have recognised that Rod has standing in his own right in the court. And I'll say this, if anyone knows anything about bankruptcy, they'll know that you cannot represent yourself in a court. You must be represented by the bankruptcy trustee, and but they have said that Rod has standing in this case to bring the case forward. So there's an almost an admission by the court right there.
It's done and dusted. We're just fucking around and playing games with you at this point.
Yeah, and look, the AUC have reported this to the federal police in the past, and the federal police have said nothing to see here as well.
Yeah.
Too hard.
Sorry, our bosses we cannot identify have not said anything. And
it comes down to this. How can you be bankrupt in an Australian parliament and where it's meant to be a Commonwealth parliament?
Yeah. It's just a giant fucking shit show, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you fix anything this fucking bad?
Well, you just expose them, bud. That's all you do. You expose them and they run away and you start again. And we learn from it, pick up the pieces, put it back together. It's not like Humpty Dumpty has fallen off the wall and broken into millions of pieces. Nah, it's just a few grubby, what do you call them? Satan worshippers that are running the show at the moment. You push them to one side and you say, no, piss off. Come on, let's get down to it.
I have a very different picture of the Humpty Dumpty thing, because everybody's assuming that it's just a shell. I'm like, scoop up the white and the yolk and shit and put that back in while you're gluing the shell together. Now there's a fucking puzzle. Talking about just a fucking shell, man. It's this goopy content. How are you going to get that back together? Oh, we broke the yolk. It's all over.
No, we just go and get another egg.
Go fog on leg ons chasing another egg.
Love it.
There's always a solution, Betty. There's always a solution, mate.
Now, boy, I said, boy.
We can fix it.
I might look at some of these things that have been tagged here. So it's from a while back here that and they said X wouldn't be censored. I think you'll find X wasn't being censored. X openly stated they would conform to the laws of the country, which is why they didn't, respond. E-Karren didn't provide law, and it's one of the. I was hoping we get into the finer points, but I guess I'll deal with it another day. If you look at the things that Michael got from the E-Karren, they've responded according to the limitations of the question, and they've also guarded themselves as best they can. It's certainly not an ideal response, but the questions themselves, like X basically said they will conform to the laws of the land. If the law of the land can't push it, and the question was motivated from the E-Karren that we're not making a request, we're just asking you to look at your own legislation, all the what was the term I'm looking for? The code of practice by X, we'll stick within these confines. Well, they considered the post didn't go outside their confines, so X didn't do anything about it. Whereas Meta, being a little bit more liberal, I guess, for American terminology, decided, fuck it, we'll rip it down, Amazingly, none of their algorithms actually done it on their own. It took somebody to complain, and then the E-Karren to intervene, and then the respective corporations to act as they did. X didn't do anything. So, when you say, and X said they wouldn't censor, well, they didn't. And at the same time, X did say they will correspond to the laws of that country. So if the country has put forth a law that says thou shalt not say this or do that, then they're bound by that restriction, as all social media are. And it's one of those things. Could you imagine being a social media platform, as we're attempting to do with CLO.social, for example, and then having to conform with every fucking country's bloody piece of legislation? That is a big one. That is a big one. And it's one of those things, I hope my friends are considering as we do this. But anyway.
It's a big call.
Darren, where does the E-Commissioner fit into the parliamentary process and referendum by the sovereign telling the government what we want?
They don't. The E-Commissioner doesn't fit into Section 128 whatsoever. So 128 is a mechanism to change the Constitution, as we all know. The E-Commissioner oversees communications, and I think it's Section 51(5), isn't it, Darryl? Communications, and the High Court have deemed that communications to include the internet and everything else, because we didn't have internet at 1900 when they wrote this communications law. So they've deemed it or interpreted the Constitution in 51(5) that communications, that lawmaking power includes the internet, and that's where they get the power to scrutinise. That doesn't affect the referendum provision at Section 128.
Yeah, doesn't call it into power. It's already there. The power is there. They can do that. But the E-Commissioner is essentially trying to restrict free speech, which the High Court's already spoken about.
Exactly. You have the right to political communication.
That's it.
We have the right to talk about anything the government does. We have the right to scrutinise the government. We have the right to participate in government.
That's right.
We are the parliament.
That's right.
We are the government, fundamentally. They are just our representatives.
That's all they are.
So this word you hear getting thrown around, body politic. Okay, we are the body politic. We form the power. This is the thing that everyone really forgets, is that we hold the balance of power in this country.
It's an interesting question there. Do we vote? Well, it's the only voice you've got, in a sense,
Well, you can communicate with your local members at any time while they're there in Parliament, and that's when you can really make a difference. But should we vote? Well, at the moment we're under duress because it's compulsory, and there's no head of power for that compulsory voting. There's a law that says otherwise, and that's why England doesn't have compulsory voting. That's why America doesn't have compulsory voting, because it's by right. It's by right.
So you have the right to vote, but not the right.
You don't have to exercise that.
You don't have the right not to vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you have those people who are self-governing.
Yes, that's right. But
I feel you should elaborate on that point.
Well, there's people in Australia that that self-govern themselves, and you have the right to self-determination. It's part of the human rights and the various treaties that we are signatories to, and you have the right to self-govern yourself. And there is also another part of those treaties which says you cannot be compelled to join an association. What's an association? A group of people that have the same fundamental ideas and direction. You cannot be compelled to join that.
So you don't have to be a part of, say, the government,
that's right,
whatever entity they attempt to impose upon you.
Exactly. I'm speaking generally here, not specifically.
It's just a discussion. We're not telling people how to live their lives or what to do with themselves.
Exactly.
There's a few emails were sent actually recently asking me certain questions, and the only thing I can really give them is, well, hey, look, here's a whole bunch of information we've managed to ascertain and things we can look at. It's up to you what you do with your life and how you interact with certain agencies. I can't tell you how to do that.
Exactly. And like I said, there are certain people that choose to be self-governing, and the law and the international agreements allow for such a position.
And it's a very important thing, I think, particularly in responding to some of these emails, was pointing out to people that you want freedom. You want to be free. So at what point do you freely make decisions for yourself?
You know what's interesting?
What do I think? Hey, I don't know what to do. Hey, can somebody help me? Like, there's a difference between I've kind of figured this out. I think I'm on the right path. But hey, Darren, you're the FOI man. I know you got some experience with this. Can you? How about? Am I on the right path? Can I get a couple of ideas from you? Versus, I don't know what to do, Darren. Can you do it for me?
Yeah, it's it really is up to everybody to, and don't ask for a template. It's really up to everybody to participate, okay, and then seek some guidance on what you've created. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah,
okay,
have a go.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's the same as being in primary school. You don't go to the teacher with, well, you asked me this question. I don't have an answer. Can you answer it for me?
I often get people sending me their FOIs. Yeah, I often get people sending me their FOI requests, and just say, can you look over this for me? Do you think
Yeah.
I need to change anything? And and then sometimes I'm like, look, you've narrowed the parameters of the search too much, and I don't think you're going to get the response that you want because you've honed into just this area, and everything outside of that area is not encapsulated within your request. And so is that what you're actually trying to do? And they say no. Okay, so let's get rid of that little bit, and now you're right to go.
Yeah. And sometimes it is perspective. What are you trying to achieve?
Yeah, it's just a tiny thing. And this is the thing. This is what we normally say. What's the outcome you're seeking from this request, or anything? If you're going to court, what's the outcome you're seeking? And within the boundaries of reality, can that be achieved?
That's right.
All right, let's have a look at some of these other questions. Can I please ask a question? Well, I guess you can. Do all immigrants that Elbow imported are able to vote? Because I thought you had to be an Australian citizen to vote. As I understand it, they're fast tracking the fuck out of their citizenship so they can vote. That would be my answer.
So Zelda's 100% correct. You have to be an Australian citizen. You can't be a resident. So all these people that they're bringing over, they're becoming residents.
Yeah.
Okay. And then with the passage of time, they can make an application to become an Australian citizen. It's not until they fulfill that application do they get the ability to vote. It's as simple as that. There's no other way. You either have
fundamentally, and we've seen a shitload of citizen ceremonies and whatnot going on, particularly around the Sydney region. Western Sydney suburbs, I believe, is one of the big ones they're kind of looking at from a media perspective, which is astounding that they're actually reporting on it. But yeah, the Labor government is doing exactly what the Democrat government has kind of done in America, which is, flood us with God knows how many people who can barely speak English at best, perhaps, just generalizing and assuming, which is a dangerous thing to do, I know. But it would be a fair assumption that the Labor Party, knowing that their popularity is declining at a monumental rate, are attempting to fill the void.
They're desperate. They're desperate.
Yeah.
That's right. So that means we got them on their back foot. Now we've got to step up and push them all the way over.
That's it. And, and I guess that's one of those things that people should realize too, is that they're doing this stuff because they're desperate. And that means that, well, we've got the upper hand. Don't go back to your armchair and watch the footy. Get the fuck up. Keep fucking charging. We've got them on the back foot. Run them out. Run them out if we have to, If they need to go back to Rome or China or whatever country they pledged allegiance to above the Australian people.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, mate.
All these people that are coming in from specific countries, what have they all got in common?
We did have that conversation a couple of months ago, weeks maybe, and I've fucking forgotten your answer. There was something to do with socialism, wasn't it? That they're all the kind of government people that turn on their own governments or something.
No, they're all people. The nation that they're coming from, because apparently there's a big influx of Indians happening at the moment, I believe. Well, India was an ex-crown.
There's a lot. They're bringing them in from colony. Mostly third world nations, I would say, to give it a blanket.
Most of them, they're ex-crown, so they're basically countries that were colonized by Britain. And basically they're trying to get away from that country once it became a republic. And they're coming here and they've got a hatred for the crown. So what would those people fundamentally vote for if there was another republic referendum?
But you were saying they've come from a country that was administered, for lack of a better term, by a British colony, and now have become a republic, and as a result have turned to shit.
Yeah, and they're trying to
Would
get
they
out.
be longing for the fucking British colony construct, considering that their new world has turned to shit?
See, this is the thing. It's this vicious circle where the Crown Colony, once it becomes independent, and that's the thing, we're fundamentally independent. They've cut all the ties. They've cut all the ties.
I don't feel very independent. You know, I'm hearing the words, but I'm not feeling it.
Okay. Well, that's you're looking at a republic within a monarchy. That's what's occurring. And once that starts to happen, my point is, once that starts to happen, don't you think that everything's turning to shit? And those people who are coming from the ex-Crown colonies, why are they fleeing their country? Because once the British left, it turned to shit.
Yeah. So they're coming to another British colony. So shouldn't they have learnt their lessons? But I don't know. Humans are a glutton for punishment. That's for sure. I'm reminded of a point where you know, as a teenager coming out of high school, and I believe at that time there was a referendum around should we become a republic, but I was too young to vote on the construct. And talking to, you know, my parents at the time, who you know, they made the right choice for whatever reasons, is another scenario. But their point of view was, no, fuck this. Everything's been fine. Why would we go change this? You know, but I'm coming at it from a school point of view, where I've clearly been twisted and had my mind warped, and it's only through the passage of time and the reflection that I've realized that school indoctrination had really guided me to the idea that we should be free. We should get away from the monarchy. We should shed our shackles, so to speak, almost as if the Labor Party had been indoctrinating us as children.
Mm-hmm.
But it was only from talking to mum and dad and various elders, listening to our elders, because, you know, just because I'm not Aboriginal doesn't mean I don't have elders. Fascinating concept, I'm guessing, for a lot of people. But I listened to them, and they were like, no, why should we step away from this? I mean, for the old man's point of view, it's really simple, and it's actually going against everything that we've said today. But he's like, no, if we become a republic, we won't be a part of the Commonwealth Games, and that's the only games we win. So for all the meatheads out there that are thinking about sports, you can't get away from being a part of the monarchy, because we actually do all right in the Commonwealth Games. That's the old man's point of view.
I love it.
It's gold.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a gamble, I think, for the government to bring in all these people from old Crown colonies, because I think they're coming here because they know where the freedom really is. So it could just work against them, and they're going to go, shit, you know, you're right. We've brought all these people in, and they're voting against us.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do. We need to get out from our armchairs and start helping the Culletons and the Independents and the Rennicks break away from the blue and the red and the green team. You know, put them last, treat them like the rubbish that they are, and we've got an opportunity to do that. More of us to get out there and hand out how to vote cards just for that short amount of time and talk to people. I think that's going to make the difference, because, hey, they're down to 32% of the primary vote at the last election. Let's get that down to 10%.
Yep.
You know, let's get some voices in there. The Constitution doesn't grant the blue, the red team or the green team governance. It doesn't give them governance. You know, they're supposed to be all independent. They're supposed to be a direct link between me and my member of parliament.
Yeah. Well, that's it. It should be a person in the community that best represents the community, not the person that best represents the party who paid their way.
And the corporation that's paying the party. You know, we've got to break this veil, tear down the corporate veil. bring back the immunities and protections and get this mess sorted out, and we can do it. It's not hard.
And particularly for those of us here in Queensland who, had the floods, although I don't think they were that big of floods this time around. I think in Ingham, yes, they definitely were. But for those who really bitched and whined, those people down in Brisbane that probably the first time they seen a good, decent rain, don't have as much to whinge about as, people saying those in Ingham who'd seen some fucking serious bloody rain. But anyway, that aside, I completely lost my point. I was going somewhere. Oh, that's right. The $10,000 a plate dinner. So while both the Liberal and the Labor Party, aka the Uni Party, were here advocating how much they cared about everybody who was suffering, through torrential rain, they all then jumped on a plane and fucked off to do $10,000 a plate dinners. Both Liberal and Labor did that.
Yep. That means they don't
Depending
care.
on which media source you looked at, bagged one for doing it while neglecting the other.
Yeah, it's the days of our lives. That's all they do. That's all they know. They just
and
know
as
how
I explained to my son, I'm like, who the fuck is paying $10,000 for a plate of dinner? We're fucking arguing over whether we're going to pay $12 or $14 for a fucking plate of food here because we're fucking that bloody hard up. Who's funding these parties? They want to jump up and down about Clive Palmer, for example. Oh, this horrible billionaires coming in to swoop people's voices. These cunts are putting on $10,000 a plate dinners. What the fuck?
That's right. That's
Don't
right.
tell me they're not influenced by billionaires. Fuck off.
We're picking that tab up. It's our national estate that's picking that tab up. And we got to call them out and say enough. Yep. Stop the bullshit. Let's just get on with it.
What do you think about this trumpet of patriots?
Oh, yeah. So what is happening with the trumpet of patriots? That is an interesting one. I haven't heard much myself.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Who's running for it?
I've not heard anything. I've seen Clive come out and do his spiels, and he says the right thing. He does the right, it's exactly what the Australian version of Trump supporters wants to hear. But I'm not seeing a candidate anyway. Anybody else?
I know a lot of things, but I don't know whether I can talk about them.
It's always the way, isn't it? What can we say and what can we do?
No, I just know there was an attempt over the last few months to join with Rod Cullerton with the Great Australian Party, and there was a lot of funding offered, and I'll say this: that's when I really got to see that Rod is really genuine, and because there was an amount of money that was put on the table that most people cannot refuse. And Rod refused it and said, I'm doing it for Australia. So, yeah, I
probably said more than you should have, my friend, at this point. I think we should leave it at that. But, yeah, look, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing more from, the Great Australia Party and those who, any candidates who want to come and have a yarn, please let us know. I'd love to have a yarn, particularly those in the North Queensland realm, because that's what our focus is, but not predominantly our only focus, because what affects one affects us all as we move into this new world disorder.
Yeah. Well, look, let me speak to these guys, and why don't we get them all on the one night?
Yeah, it definitely make it a lot easier if we get a lot happening. It's something I've suggested to other political parties, but I'm not getting a great deal of response. I know maybe they're a bit scared because of what happened to Troy Thompson. I don't know. maybe there's a bit of voodoo magic happening around the North Queensland Freedom Network that destroys some political candidates. Troy is definitely doing his best to try and recoup from the damage that has been done from the Townsville Bulletin. Otherwise the liars, the town criers might be another word. And the horrific Townsville City Council and the sellouts that pretended to be independent but turned out to be, I don't want to lose my jobs.
Yeah. Nick Patterson was running for Gap for a very short time. And
only a short time.
Yeah, had to pull out just due to family commitments and various other things. He's got a lot on his plate, with all the court cases and his family commitments and everything. So, but that was pretty exciting when that happened. But there's a lot of things that happen in the background that never sort of see the light of day unless you get people blabbing like me.
And it's a hard one. Like Nick really stepped up. I mean, I haven't met him or spoken to him personally, but I've watched the story and I've seen what you've told me, and from Tony Dobrin's point of view and some of the things that that have come my way. I'm like, wow, that dude really is the fighter. Obviously being an MMA fighter in himself, he's got that I'm going to stand my ground sort of attitude. But there's a big difference between, taking physical punches versus taking verbal or even written word punches. They're different games. The intent is always the same. The intent is always to cripple your opponent, whether it's a physical punch coming at you, whether it's a word thrown at you, whether it's a physical a written word mailed to you. It's always a game. It's always an assault, so to speak, in these things. And I think Nick has really stepped up quite well to deal with that physical element as well as the mental and the verbal and written word construct as well. So I would have really been inspired to see what he would do as a political candidate. But obviously, I think that's one of the other things that I think, particularly for the audience, needs to comprehend too, is you can't keep expecting one man or any one of us or, a handful of us for that matter to do everything for you. The people who are watching this need to really step up to and do what they can. No one can be expected to be everything and everyone. Everybody's got to do their little bit, and as I always like to send off a show is the Michael Jackson construct, the Man in the Mirror song. If you're one of those people going, well, somebody should do this, somebody should sort this out, maybe a bit of a 10 bull pit, someone should blow nuns up, I
just like to blame it on the boogie.
Blame it on the boogie. Yeah. Well, whether you're blaming it on the boogie or whether you're taking responsibility for yourself, maybe people need to go, well, hey, somebody should do something about this. Maybe that somebody's you.
That's it.
Very true.
Because we can't do it all. It can't be me. It can't be Darren. It can't be Darryl. Well, we can't do everything. We can do our bits. We can do what we're good at. I'm pretty good at having a drink, talking shit, sounding like an idiot, and sitting in front of a camera.
Well,
to that,
mate, you're giving it a go, and that's the main thing. You're giving it a go.
And look, you've ruffled a lot of feathers along the way. Let me say that.
They're scared of you. They're scared of you, mate.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not every day that you have very powerful people call you and say, you better take that fucking post down.
They're scared of you.
So
not bad for a boy from, what is it, Forest Hill or somewhere.
Yeah, Bogensville, Forest Hill, you know.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, if these fuckers just let me play my guitar, get pissed and stoned and not give a fuck, this wouldn't have happened. Just left me alone. But you fuckers wouldn't leave me alone. Wouldn't let me go to the pub and get wasted and fucking play my guitar. What happened?
I was the same. I've been in court, not for a long time, but there was times when I was in court and I'd be like, and I'm just rattling shit off, you know, and the prosecutor would be looking at me and they'd be, you know, eyes bulging like, what the? And the same thing with the magistrate. And I'd be like, I'd come to this realization. They're like, they're shocked. You're shocked at the way I am, aren't you? You know why I'm like this? You made me like this. And that's essentially what's happened. And you know what they used to do? Okay, they would hang their heads in shame, and everyone would go silent because they knew that I was right. Because it's not just me. Probably every person watching this podcast at the moment has been made to do things that they shouldn't have to do in life just to survive. To survive this tyrannical system that we've grown accustomed to, that 30 years ago we would have never accepted. But slowly, with the passage of time and the incremental removal of rights so that you don't know, you know, people have just grown accustomed to it. And if you go back and and this is another thing, you're like, I haven't watched TV since the year 2000.
Yeah, same. I gave up when Big Brother is watching you was the fucking billboard on the side of the bus and I shit my pants.
Yeah. I mean, the TV indoctrinates. And so if you want your thoughts to be your thoughts, you have to stop watching that. You have to start, you know, even if I'm at someone's house now and the TV is on and the commercials come on, I make a point of not watching the commercials because I don't want to be influenced by them.
But it's another state to look at them, analyze them, understand what they're doing and say, you failed.
Yeah, totally. And that's what I was saying. Like, most of the people that are probably watching this have been made to do things that ordinarily we should never have been made to be done. You know, we should be out enjoying our lives, you know, enjoying the family, enjoying everything. And, you know, here we are fighting this fight and trying to hold on to what little freedoms that we actually have left in this country. Because, you know, as Michael was saying earlier, you know, his granddad didn't, you know, give up his life, you know, for us to let freedom slip through our fingers, and freedom.
I've had family who have fought and died for the same thing, so you know,
exactly.
I get, you know, and particularly when I was a little kid, I didn't realize, you know, until you're standing there over the grave of your relative who's getting a full military funeral. And you're like, hang on, that motherfucker fought. And, you know, the stories of, well, they never came back the same. And things like that start to ring real hard, you know. Those people really bloody fought.
Yeah.
And we would not let that die in vain, that's for sure. And, yeah.
Mate, there's one thing that covers this, what you're talking about. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty.
There is a Latin phrase for that, and I can never remember. I remember standing there in a martial arts class not long before I got smashed in the face. There was something to the effect of always be eternally vigilant. There is a Latin phrase for it. I just can't think of the Latin phrase. I just think of the punch.
But now the front line has moved. It's not guns that we're using in wars. It's moved. And it's moved into our households.
Exactly.
and we have to learn that it is a war, and we've all got a role to play in that war. And we know who the bad guy is, or we're trying to figure out who the bad guy is. And that's
we're not 100% sure.
That's right.
100% sure. Because, I mean, you know, Trump is playing that wonderful card. This world is a stage, and he's playing that quite well. Is he what everybody thinks him to be? You know, I mean, I personally think, well, he's just a man like anybody else. You know, any other figure in history that has been given that stature, that extra step above the rest, they're just people. They're all conformed to the confined to the corporeal element. We can only do what we can as a human.
But what he's done, he's exposed the lies and deception of decades. And people see him for that. They say, hey, here's someone who's actually calling him out. He's not a politician. He's a businessman. So he's just something different, and he's applying himself in a way that we all know will make, and we're seeing the difference it's making just in the few months he's been in power. Well, that's just a hint of what's coming, but it's a hint of what we should all be able to aspire to, whether he's good, bad, or whatever. So far, we're seeing the exposure of the evil. So let's just move forward with that and see where it involves us here. And that US aid that they uncovered through Doge, well, of course, it's got links here. So we've got to say, okay, wow, this is getting quite fascinating. You know, how deep does it actually go here? Where else is it applied? I mean, US aid was all over the world.
Oh, yeah. Even here in Australia.
Billions of dollars, yeah. So, yeah, and we're expanding. So what is Trump actually saying now? There was an interview I just watched just recently where they, Vance, Vice President Vance, was talking with Keir Starmer from the United Kingdom. And he said, the reason we're actually applying these tariffs to the United Kingdom is because you've taken away the freedom of political communication. And he said, that's why we're doing it. And this is also the same message that the twit that we've got in power, that Albanese, same thing. And then they said to both, they said, well, hang on, mate, get rid of your hatred laws and we'll take the tariffs away. And now this isn't what the mainstream's reporting, of course, because they're trying to show everyone, oh, this is all an economic decision. It's all about crushing a country's economy. No, listen very carefully to what the Americans are saying to the world. They're saying, get rid of your hate speech and we'll pull the tariff. There it is. It's powerful. So you go, wow, yeah, okay, I can see that. And that's what we're now suffering. I mean, look what's happening in the UK. These people are going to jail. And we've got
fucking Facebook posts.
Yeah, for putting posts up. It's like, remember back in COVID, that girl.
I thought we had the worst when we were charging pregnant women for Facebook posts, but it turns out UK's like, nah, fuck you. We can be more tyrannical than you, Australia.
That's right. But in the US, they've pulled all that away. They've gone, no, it's enshrined in their constitution. So they're turning around to everyone else and saying, hey, pull your heads in, let the people talk, let the people communicate, because that's where the real power is. You know, they're saying we've got to go back to our own sovereignty and our own cultures within our own countries, and let's do business.
I was a bit concerned about the way Trump was doing things, particularly pertaining to, you know, Israel's desire to bomb the shit out of the Middle East until it gets everything it wants. That's the way it seems. You're not saying it is, But recently he had Netanyahu, and I must say that Yahoo is the perfect fucking term that goes along with that dude. But Netanyahu was there with Trump recently, and Trump was basically stating, well, we want to bring Iran to the table to make a deal, because he is the art of the deal. That's what he does. Because we don't want war. Nobody wants war. Israel doesn't want war, does it? And you can just see Netanyahu going, no, I really fucking do, but you just put me in a spot that I can't say that. Yeah. It's That's really funny watching you. Like Trump is just, at first it looked like he was going along with the let's bomb the shit out of everything because Israel said that. But then he brought him into a situation, got him sitting side by side and gone, well, nobody wants war, do they?
That's right.
And he's just like,
and that's exactly, and
didn't see it coming.
Because Israel are trying to get in to Iraq, Iran, and Iran's pushing them back because they haven't got the manpower or the weaponry. And he's over in America saying to Trump, we need you because you're the ones with the weapons. If we go in there, we'll last 10 minutes. And Turkey has got a bigger army and defense force, and they're looking down at Israel, and Netanyahu is starting to panic. And like he just said, Trump turned around and said, we don't really want a war, do we? And he was just, so Netanyahu pissed off pretty quickly after that because Trump called him out. So it's gold. And, the world.
And again, but that's the visuals. That's what we're seeing. The world is a stage. I don't know how much we can take from that, but that's the visualization we're seeing. And a few weeks ago, I'm like, fucking Trump's not going to be able to sort this Middle Eastern shit out. He's gonna cave. And now it's like, hang on, stage changed.
That's it.
Act 2 is being played out.
That's it. That's
What's
it.
Act 3?
So it's not so bad. It's looking pretty good, and you've got to look at what these interviews are. You can't just take it for granted. Go and have a look at the interviews that have just taken place in the last few days, and you'll realise, wow, it's a different story, isn't it?
There's a lot going on. And it's fucking hard to keep up with, that's for sure.
But at the moment, it looks pretty good. So we just got to keep that momentum up. Because the devil.
Well, if the mainstream media are whining and carrying on and saying everything's bad, there's a good chance it's good.
That's it.
Darren, what are your projections on the future, my friend?
We need to keep our eye on China.
Yep.
Because there's in the quest for globalization, there's 4 regions in the world. And one is the Americas, and that's why what you've seen over the last, since George Bush Jr. Left politics, he signed a treaty to make the Americas borderless. That's what you've been watching, and now Trump's gone against it. And the other regions are, of course, the EU, Africa, and then you've got Australasia. And so, who's going to be running Australasia? That's the question. Is it going to be China or is it going to be Australia?
That's right.
Well, we certainly don't have the numbers.
Well, we haven't got the politicians. We need the politicians. No. We need the alpha male, and we need to go over to America and say, "Hey, listen."
The world government isn't looking for an alpha male. The people might be, but the government, the world government, are looking for the most malleable, loose as fuck, bend the knee, useless cockhead we can, who can just spew lies at any fucking given moment. And let's face it, Albo is pretty good at that. He's an absolute useless, weak as piss fucking shadow of a man who has an astounding ability to spew whatever he's told to do.
That's it. Patty, why don't you tell me what you really think?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on a public forum. We might have some trouble from E-Karren.
Good old
Quite
E-Karren.
true. Quite true. But
that was my refrained version, I guarantee it. You know me.
Maybe we should. It's we're 40 seconds away from 4 hours.
4 hours, yep. Probably about time to call it a night.
It's been a good one.
It has. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you very much for coming and joining us.
No worries,
buddy.
I
hope it's been highly educational for all our viewers.
I dare say it has.
And
I hope you enjoyed the world first.
Yeah, definitely. To get a look into the Great Australia Party documentary that is, the film unfinished without being Nazi fucking, I can't help it. It's just too funny to not make that association, even though it's not the right association, because he's certainly not a Nazi, of course not. But that's what they would say about him. That's what makes it so funny.
That's it.
But yeah, I look forward to seeing the film finished.
It's very close to being released.
Well, if you need any help with some special effects or fancy little bits and pieces, I can help you out.
It actually, it's Friday today. You never know; it might even be on the website now.
Oh, it has been finished. Okay, cool.
It was just the final touches were being added.
Okay, cool. No worries. Well, a quick look. There's a question of Darryl. I did click it and then it disappeared. All right, Darryl, what is the cost of unveiling a high court case?
Enlivening a high court case. Sorry, how much does it cost to enter the high court? What is it? It's 3.8, isn't it now, Darryl?
Yeah, and it's not that much. It's not hundreds of thousands, that's for sure. It's fairly straight.
Exactly what is that figure?
That's the application fee.
That's it.
Which is what, $380?
No, it's about 3,800 for a
3,800.
Yep, but you can apply for
like a month's wage for
you can apply for discount if you have a healthcare card.
Yeah.
So if you've got a healthcare card, you can get a limitation. Okay, there you go. So think about that kind of thing. Utilize the system.
That's it. That's it.
What did our government get that it couldn't get legally?
Well, lots of things.
Yeah, very, very broad question.
An Australian monarch.
Well, that's a statement. Okay. Sorry, those starred questions weren't exactly what I thought they'd be. Anyway. Well, thank you very much, guys. It's been a great fucking podcast.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
Sips.
Cheers, buddy. It's been a good night.
For sure. Talk to you guys soon. I'm sure we'll have more content for the people in time to come. In the meantime, shit, you guys know how it all works. Go and have a look in the mirror. You think somebody should do something about whatever it is that's pissing you off? Look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror.
I'm sure you might be the person to do something about that.
That's it.
Exactly.
And if you're not sure about it, then hit us up. The first thing you should do is decide what you're going to do.
That's it.
Have a good one, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you later.